This video will be covering topics that some viewers may find disturbing. While all of it will be in an educational format, it will contain images of burials as well as discussions of death and violence. Viewer discretion is advised. Vampires. You know them, you love them, you have a weird obsession with them, and according to the Smashing Pumpkins, the world is one of them.
The world is a vampire.
These fictional, blood-sucking creatures have captivated the minds, hearts, and fantasies of many in the modern age. They've inspired television shows like What We Do in the Shadows and Buffy the Vampire Slayer. They've inspired books like Salem's Lot and Twilight. They've inspired movies like Salem's Lot and Twilight. And what's that other one? Interview with a Vampire. I haven't seen it, but I hear it's good, apparently. And even music that I will reluctantly admit I listened to much too recently. But for this video, we're going to be going back to a time when vampires weren't heroes, heartthrobs, or cartoon villains, but instead were viewed as a legitimate threat of supernatural origin. A time when paranoia and superstition around the occult resulted in innocent people being treated with the accountability and brutality reserved for demonic entities. Howdy friends, my name is Mard with the brutal superstition of the vampire. I already said brutal, didn't I? I don't know, we'll leave it. What's the worst that can happen? It sounds like shit? Fine. Title card. Uh-oh, you guys see that? Hotspot's starting to creep in here. The sunset's coming. Guys, it's happening. It is 45 degrees in the studio right now. Last video, it was 65 degrees. At this rate, 3 videos from now, I'll be dead. YouTuber and archaeologist Milo Rossi found dead, frozen in his own home. How this is even possible, we have absolutely no idea. So the reason I was inspired to make this video today is because of a video that I made a very long time ago when I first started out on TikTok. It's some of my good old-fashioned debunking content and dates back to a terrible time in my life. A time known as October of 2021. Whoa, is it actually? Hold on, what's today? Whoa, I may have actually recorded this like almost exactly 3 years ago. That's crazy. Either way, let's give it a watch.
Vampires used to roam the earth, and you can't convince me otherwise.
Yes, I can. Watch this.
These are burial cages from the medieval times, and they were to prevent the undead from escaping from their graves.
They aren't, and no, they weren't. They are called mort safes, and they were invented in the 1800s in England. It was common practice for medical students to learn anatomy on real human subjects. Of course, the best place you could go to find an abundance of these subjects is a graveyard. The living didn't want to see their deceased family members exhumed and put under the scalpel by a bunch of hungover frat guys. They started to do this. They would lock the bodies into the ground.
Wow. Classic. My hair was a lot better back then. What was I doing with it? God damn, look at that. That's luscious. This was one of my first videos to get like 10 million views, which I was stoked about. And it was just some guy doing like vampire pseudo-archaeology. But anyway, this video did so well that I decided to make another one like a week later because there was more people talking about the same bullshit.
This is proof that vampires used to live on the world.
Oh boy, another video about vampires. I feel like I've heard about all the arguments that there are for vampires at this point, but since it is the season, I suppose I will hear this young man out and see if he can change my mind.
Young man, that man was probably about the same age that you were, Milo. Sit the fuck down. Wow. Look, I don't want to hear a goddamn thing about it, okay? This was, I was in like a manic episode, alright? The thing that he talked about in this video is the Vampire of Venice, a human skeleton found with a brick lodged in its mouth, which is vicious and horrifying and was likely part of the superstition of people thinking that she was a vampire. Does this mean she was actually a vampire? No. But what I think is really interesting about these discoveries is that even though these people weren't vampires, the superstition still meant that they were treated as if they were. And as I looked into this phenomenon a little bit more, I found that this discovery was just the tip of a horrifying iceberg. That despite vampires not actually being real, the mere superstition of them means that we have archaeological evidence of people who were accused of being vampires. So I think in honor of these videos from right as I was about to transition onto YouTube, today we're going to be taking a deep dive into the horrifying world of vampire burials. But I think in light, a little bit of a costume change. And second, we need to wait for the sun to go down. I want to start a band. It's going to be composed of a harpsichord, a theremin, a slide whistle, and the triangle. I'll see you after dark. Jesus. It's easier. How the fuck? Wow, I have outdone myself this time, folks. That's fucking crazy. Ooh, I bet you can't see me at all standing here. Well, welcome to my video. Okay, only one last thing to do and we can get this bad boy going. I think that the only appropriate drink to have with a video like this is a bottle of wine. Well, Milo, why are you drinking, who are you drinking the wine tonight for? 'Cause the boys. Now, of course, as we can see, it is almost 40 degrees in here. So didn't really think that part through, but it's all in the name of content, you know? Oh, Jesus. It's only been there for 120 years. Let's put a hole in it now. There better be sick, like, organ music playing this entire time. Which way is it again? Okay. That's the way. I like it. I found this thing in the garbage. I was gonna say more, but honestly, that's just fucking, that's good enough. Oh my God. Jesus fucking Christ, this is not the height this is supposed to be used at. There we go. Anyway, this is why I found it in the garbage. Straight up not working. Look, that gag was gonna be so good if it actually fucking worked. Oh, I was just being an idiot, actually. It completely works. You aren't supposed to pull it back again. Okay, now we're ready. Okay, let's start the video. Let's get vamping. We suckin' tonight, boys. Can you see my breath? I can see my breath. Can't see your breath, though. Or can I? It is the summer of 2018, and an archaeological team led by David Soren is conducting an excavation in the Umbria region of Italy. It's in a little town called Lugnano, and the site that the archaeologists are working on is the ruins of a 1st century Roman villa. Now, while that seems like a pretty logical place for an archaeological excavation, they weren't actually there because of the villa. Instead, they were there because about 400 years after the villa fell into ruin, it was repurposed. In about the 5th century AD, this ruin was converted into an impromptu graveyard. A graveyard which locally gained the name La Necropoli dei Bambini, or morbidly, the Cemetery of the Children. At the time of this excavation in 2019, the remains of 50 different individuals had been found there, and as the name suggests, they were all quite young. The eldest discovered up until this point, a female, was only 3. But during this excavation, the archaeologists discovered something bizarre: the unusual burial of a child uncharacteristic of anything else found at the site. The remains were found in an improvised tomb made out of roof tiles from the collapsed villa above, and they were from a 10-year-old whose sex was not able to be identified. But the thing that set them apart from the rest of those in the cemetery was not only their age, but the way that they had been buried. This individual, for whatever reason, had been buried on their side with a stone lodged in their open mouth. The stone had flecks of mortar on it, indicating that it had also come from the ruin above. This told archaeologists that this was not just a piece of rubble in the ground where the child had been buried, but had been placed there intentionally. This grisly discovery came of Lugnano. Now, the logical question here is why? Now, this cemetery had been started in around the mid-5th century because of a massive outbreak of malaria. During this outbreak, younger populations would have been hit exceptionally hard, a morbid trend that we can see indicated in this graveyard and is likely the reason that this graveyard existed in the first place. Now, the vampire of Lugnano also had an abscessed tooth. This symptom is indicative of someone who died from malaria. That candle just melted straight through and just burned out inside. That's a little creepy. There we go. Now, at the time, the good people of the 5th century probably did not have a great idea on what malaria was, how it worked, or the processes by which to avoid it, which likely resulted in an immense amount of superstition. One of the primary reasons for why this individual was buried on their side with a stone in their mouth is based on the superstitious belief that they could rise from the dead and infect others, and that these burial precautions would prevent that from happening. Now, why this child was treated in this way while other ones in the cemetery weren't is currently unknown. Perhaps there were some other extenuating circumstances around their death that would have warranted them being buried in this way. As we will see later, accusations of vampirism are something that go far beyond just the way that an individual died. As strange and disturbing as this burial is, it is far from the level of grisly creativity that would come to arise in later vampire burials. In fact, the vampire of Lugnano, buried in the 5th century, actually predates the idea of a vampire, or at least a vampire as we know it. While the vampire superstition wouldn't arise until about 800 years later, these haunting burials highlight a fear of I can't. I was downstairs getting ready for this video, and I was like, oh man, what kind of glass should I use? And I was gonna find like a cool chalice or something. And I opened the cabinet, and this was the first thing that I noticed. And I was like, shit, I gotta use this stupid ass cup in my vampire video. 'Tis the season. There are many theories as to where the vampire myth came from, and like any piece of superstition or mythos or fable or legend, it's almost impossible to actually nail down a single concrete source. Instead, they are something that just morph through time as they are told and told and told and retold and change pretty much indefinitely. And I would imagine that there's probably been some kind of superstitious fear around the dead rising again since, like, as long as people could die. The idea of a vampire is something which, as we'll see, originated really in, Europe, but literally like every culture around the world has some variation of the dead rising again, whether it be in a physical form, a spiritual form. I genuinely think that if you just, left 10 people on an island who didn't know anything about the outside world, eventually they would have their own superstitions around the dead rising again. Okay, anyway, so let's go back to the beginning a little bit here. Before there were blood-sucking vampires, there were revenants. This is a superstition that really begins to be seen around the 6th or 7th century AD, and it's sort of a blanket term for entities born out of the beliefs and superstitions of various pagan religions. And this is exactly why we can find vampire burials that predate the actual idea of a vampire, because many of the superstitions and precautions surrounding revenants were things which carried over as it was later adopted by Christianity. And we have pretty significant archaeological evidence to suggest that these superstitions also vastly predate the idea of a revenant as well. Take, for example, a grim discovery made by construction workers in the Saxony-Anhalt region of Germany. While working on installing power lines, a construction team discovered human remains. It really is amazing how many of these stories start with a construction worker finding them. It must be insane to stumble across that while you're just like on your day job. The Bog Bodies of North America video I did a while ago started in the exact same way. It's just like, oh, we're gonna build a housing development, corpse. Anyway, they called in archaeologists to come analyze the site, as they should have, and what they discovered was the grave of a man around the age of 50. He was buried on his side, which is a little unusual, and what's even more unusual is that his grave contained no grave goods, offerings, evidence of clothing, or burial rites. But the most unusual feature of this grave was that he had been buried underneath a massive stone. Not like under a stone, like a headstone, like a stone had been placed on top of his body. This huge flat stone was about 3 feet long and 2.5 feet wide and estimated to weigh around 110 pounds. Did this thing come undone? No, my little fucking thing is undone. Body and legs crushed beneath it. The hypothesis is that this was also to prevent him from rising from the dead. Now, what's so amazing about this site is that it dates back a staggering 4,200 years, almost 3,500 years before the idea of a vampire would even come close to materializing. And this burial is attributed to the Bell Beaker culture, a culture that I'm sure you all know so much about because it's so commonly talked about all the time. I'm kidding. I had never heard of it until I made this video. Someone get on that. North02. I feel like North02 should do a video on that. Everyone go ping North02 to make a video on the Bell Beaker culture. Now, while we're unsure of what the good people of the Bell Beaker culture would have called a guy rising from the dead and haunting the living, we do know that they clearly had some sort of superstition around it. And if it really is the case that this was a precaution taken to prevent someone from rising from the dead, then this is an indication that the same superstition to prevent this from happening persisted for more than 4,000 years. Because, as we're about to see, this exact same strategy of using a huge rock to pin a body down was a method that was also in use when it came to actual vampire burials, which indicates that while the ideas, concepts, and reasons behind the dead rising again have changed a lot over time, some of the superstitions around how you're supposed to deal with it have actually remained the same for thousands of years. Now, the idea of a vampire as we know it today really began to take shape as pagan practices were co-opted by the Christian church. This may come as a bit of some people in order to make them think that their guy was better than their guy. And to do this, the Christian church did a whole lot of things sort of pulling from pagan religion. They would kind of co-opt some of their holidays and festivals. They would allow pagan people to still practice some of their beliefs as long as the Christian ones were done alongside it. They would, kill all of them. Little things like that that really make you interested in Jesus and stuff. You know what? I'm sorry, guys. Actually, there's no paganism in Christianity. That's just heathen stuff. It's a complete coincidence that St. John's Day is on the summer solstice, or that Michaelmas is right around the fall equinox, or that Jesus just so happened to be born like right near the winter solstice, or that his resurrection is celebrated around the moon cycles of the spring equinox. So anyway, sort of co-opting pagan beliefs, it made Christianity a little bit more palatable to the masses. And by around the 10th century AD, it was the Roman Catholic Church that had co-opted, among other things, the pagan idea of a vampire. What I find to be also very interesting about this is it sort of illustrates how, while beliefs and dogmas have changed through time, every single idea that we have today is pulling things from much older versions. The idea of a vampire may be sort of new, but we've sort of been handling it in a traditional way that has been handed down for literally thousands of years. Christianity, a fairly new religion, but it pulls from things that have been handed down for literal thousands of years. This isn't a theology lesson, but I do think it's something that is kind of interesting. Now, as the Catholic Church began to sort of Frankenstein on elements of other existing beliefs, the Catholic Church would allow for some groups of pagan people to continue their burial rites and rites and rituals around the dead, as long as the Christian ones were practiced alongside it as well. This obviously wasn't the case in all places, but by doing this, they sort of allowed some of the pagan beliefs around death and spirituality to sort of make their way into the Catholic Christian dogma. And one of the ways that the pagan fear of the revenant began to combine really well with a Christian ideology was the Christian idea of the soul, with Christianity claiming that the soul is a separate entity of the body and can exist outside of it. This married very well with the idea that the dead didn't have to stay dead. Now again, like with all cultural and societal phenomena, there's really no time that this happened. This is something which took place gradually and imperceptibly. But it was the marriage between pagan superstition and Christian conquest that would pave the way for the Entering into the Middle Ages is when the idea of a vampire really kind of started to take shape. And as time went on, the fear of the legitimate threat that these creatures posed to the living began to rise to a simmer. Now, in the beginning, these weren't blood-sucking creatures. Initially, it was believed that a vampire could kill you simply by looking at you. But that had to be nerfed because it was absolutely broken. Bad day to be a vampire, though. That would really suck, you know? You're telling me I used to be able to look at these dudes, now I gotta suck them? Now, over time, these creatures began to morph. Instead of being vengeful spirits that rose from the dead in the grave because, he was pissed off at you because you didn't mow his lawn that one time. But if you start telling me that old Joe's rising from the grave because Satan told him to do so, I'd be like, give me some of that Jesus, Now, needless to say, once this thing started to become about Satan and demons and all that stuff, was when the simmering fear sort of rose into a boil. And there is nowhere where this panic was felt quite as viciously as in Eastern Europe. Again, there are many reasons for this, but one of the ones that I think is really important is that at the time, and probably for many generations afterwards, and some could argue probably even till this day, there was an immense amount of generational trauma. You see, around this time, the area had been absolutely devastated by multiple wars, especially in Poland. The trauma of loss and destruction brought on by a vicious war is something that would have permeated really deep into sort of the psyche of the people at the time. And so it's not all that surprising that a place devastated by war was particularly susceptible to superstition and the fan flames of religious panic. Priests working for the church just exacerbated this situation by pointing the finger at witchcraft and demons. This, of course, went on to ignite the Christian fears of demonology and the pagan superstitions that lay just below the surface, which is why it is here in Eastern Europe that the fear of vampires exploded into something much more similar to
How's it going, everybody? I wanted to pop in here for 2 reasons, one of which is very important. The not as important one is check out this sick hoodie. I think there's sort of a haunting beauty to vampire burials, and I wanted to try and pay homage to it with a piece of clothing. And so we made this sick design. Now, the second and much more important thing is that this design is going to a good cause. You are here right on time. Come here. As some of you may have heard in the news cycle, Hurricane Helene, this lovely lady right here, my girlfriend, went to school in North Carolina. It is where we met. We spent much of the early part of our relationship in North Carolina, and so especially to her, it's a very important place. So this lovely lady did the design for this. I'll pass this on to you.
Doesn't have a ton to do with Asheville, but we felt like it was really important to do what we can, especially with Milo's reach and audience, to just get the word out and continue to send funds to Asheville. It's been almost a month since all of it happened, and with how quickly the news cycle turns over, it's really easy to hear about the hurricane, be devastated for the first couple weeks, and then move on with your life. But a lot of the people in my community who I love are still dealing with the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. My teacher, who is like family to me, doesn't have a way to shower in clean water right now. It's still brown coming out of their tap. So it's really important that we continue to do work within that community and other communities near Asheville that don't have as much of a draw, that have been pretty much wiped off the map.
We are going to be donating half of all the proceeds of this hoodie to Beloved Asheville, which is a charity that has been working in Western North Carolina and Asheville long before Hurricane Helene, so we can guarantee that the funds that are raised for it are going to continue going to support the long-running restoration effort in Asheville.
They are a nonprofit that does community organizing on a large scale. They have food banks that they leave throughout the town, and they also just are widely trusted by Asheville as a community. So if you can donate to them, that would be amazing.
I have also linked a link to Beloved Asheville's direct donation page in the description of this video. We will be making a donation. I encourage any of you that can make a donation, as much as it would be great to have, more purchases of the hoodie, and all donations will go through that. I really encourage you that if you do have the money to spend, skip the hoodie and just go straight to donating. And yeah, I want to thank you all again for watching this, and thank you for, your support. And I think that with the amount of people that we have here, we can really make a difference. So from Z and I, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
We love you.
Schminky wants you to donate to Hurricane.
Whoa, don't go playing on my soft art like that. Schminky said you have to donate to Beloved Asheville.
Reported none other than the Salem witch trials. In the 1690s, panic broke out in the rural farming town of Salem on the north shore of my home state of Massachusetts. 30 individuals were found guilty of witchcraft, of which 19 were put to death. Fuck, too many witches. Too many witches. Now, I know what you think when you hear that. You think, wow, that is an excellent opportunity for a tourist-based economy. Look, I'm not gonna hate, okay? I'm a masshole at heart, but whenever I drive through Salem and I see, like, cute little pictures of witches in the windows, I'm like, you know that they, like, lynched these people, right? This wasn't, like, a cutesy, like, crystal girly shop kind of situation. But I don't know, maybe that's just me. How long does it take before it's okay for a mass tragedy to turn into a fucking tourist destination? I'm thinking about opening up a t-shirt shop in Jonestown. Come for the Kool-Aid? Stay. Now, the witch trials were pretty insane. Even though only 19 people were put to death, more than 20 people were accused of witchcraft. That's a lot of people. Wait, did I say 20? Did I say 20? I meant 200. If I didn't say 200, I meant 200, not 20. While the root causes of the Salem witch trials are something which are undoubtedly going to be debated until eternity, what is clear is that this was not an isolated incident. Around this time, across the Anglo-Christian world, panic had broken out over the presence of demonic entities, and the fear of demons, Satan, and witchcraft were at a fevered pitch. Now, at the same time as the Salem witch trials, a different kind of occult-based panic was happening across the ocean, where the fear of vampires had transcended from an old superstition into a genuine concern. And as a result, people were persecuted accordingly. Take, for example, this instance, which is recorded by an Austrian official in about 1725. This story takes place in a town in Serbia. One of the townspeople, a man by the name of, oh no, Petar Blagojevich. Petar Blagojevich, how'd I do? Yay! I didn't do very good, did I? One of the townspeople by the name of Petar had passed away. After his death, they did all the things you do when someone dies. You know, bury him, get really drunk, all that stuff. But normally when someone dies, it's kind of over once the last shovel goes in, you know? But not in this case. In just the 8 days following Petar's death, 9 other people in the village would die of a sudden and mysterious illness. Now that is a little bit weird, but what makes it even weirder is that almost every single one of them allegedly claimed to have had visions of Petar strangling them. There are even versions of this story where it said that Petar would return to the house of his widow and son and demand to be let in. In those versions of the story, it ends in a few different ways. In the good version, the widow and the son flee town. And in the bad version, the widow flees town and Petar breaks into the house and kills his son in cold blood. Now, needless to say, people weren't exactly thrilled that all of this was happening. It was a little bit weird. So they went to the priest and they were like, dude, this is like kind of your thing, right? And the priest was like, this is completely above my pay grade. I'm gonna try and get some advice from the church higher ups. We're gonna figure out what we can do about this situation. But that wasn't good enough for the villagers, and frankly, I don't really blame them. After all, allegedly, you know, multiple people had been killed by Ghost Petar. You never know if you're going to be the one who's next. So they decided to take matters into their own hands. As the story goes, the townspeople exhumed Petar's body to inspect it for signs of vampirism. And when they did, they found him as though he had just died. His skin was unblemished, his nails were a little bit longer, and allegedly his once clean-shaven face now had a beard. As you can imagine, the townspeople weren't exactly stoked. They were like, that's fucked up. I know what we gotta do about this. So they dragged Petar out of the grave and staked him through the heart, where, again as the story goes, he bled as though he had just died. Now, to really drive this point home to Petar, they decided to finish the job by building an enormous funeral pyre and burning him to ash. At which point, allegedly, the hauntings and mysterious deaths in the village stopped altogether. Now, did this actually happen? I have no idea. Is it very possible that this was the result of a disease in town or something like that, and it was a compounded series of unrelated circumstances that resulted in this crazy outlandish story about a man rising from the dead? Quite probable. Is it a sick story nonetheless? Abso-fucking-lutely. But either way, there's no use playing Monday night quarterback with this, because at this point, people genuinely thought vampires were a threat and that they were killing people. And so elaborate rituals were concocted to keep the dead actually dead. Just like at the Salem witch trials, the things that drew accusations of vampirism varied immensely. But unlike at the Salem witch trials in Massachusetts, most of the people who were accused of vampirism were already dead, which I guess was good for them, because it was not good for the people in Salem. Because vampires are something that rose from the dead, it was normally the circumstances around a person's death that would draw accusations of vampirism. So real quick, I think it's important to go over the many bizarre reasons that people would be accused of being reasons that people may be a vampire. Speedrun. You died a violent death. Skill issue. Did you die and then there was a natural disaster after you died? Your fault. Vampire. Were you the first to die in an epidemic that other people would then die of? Your fault. Oh, here's a pretty big one. Are you unbaptized? Yeah, I could smell that. Are you from here? No? Vampire. Were the rituals and ceremonies around your death not good enough for me or our village? Then probably a vampire. This one I'm not gonna make a joke about because it's a little depressing, but dying around a marriage, drowning, murder, suicide, execution. I'm just like listing words that'll get me demonetized, aren't I? Did you do something that would get you demonetized on YouTube? Vampire. Sure, your death may have been followed by a natural disaster, which would mean you're a vampire, but were you also the first one to die in a natural disaster? Vampire. Do you look a little weird? Vampire. And then of course the big ticket item, diseases. No, I didn't know a lot about diseases, and so, vampire. Did you have, rabies, cholera, malaria, or a mental disorder like, I don't know, schizophrenia or something like that? vampire. Now, all of these examples are things that have to do with the circumstances around an individual's death. But beyond just these, there's also a whole ton of things that have to do with you after you die that could also get you accused of being a vampire. Was it found that your burial shroud was decomposing faster in your mouth than anywhere else? Vampire. Weird little note here, a lot of the time this was discovered by grave robbers, which I think is funny. You guys aren't gonna believe this. Old Jim over on the hill, his burial shroud's decomposing in his mouth. How did you figure that out? Vampire! Are you dead and someone had a bad dream about you? Well, yep, you're a vampire then. Did a member of your family become ill after you died? You already know the answer to that one. And then there's all kinds of gross ones about blood, like if there's blood coming out of your mouth, out of your ears, if your belly becomes bloated, which are all probably also a vampire. I don't fucking know anymore. Are you growing a beard or hair? Rogaine, vampire. Did you die and look a little bit too fresh? Fresh. Did you die and look a little too fresh? Right on. Or if your body was moved after burial. Like if you got like uprooted, put somewhere else. Maybe also by those pesky grave robbers. You know, old Jim, his burial shroud was decomposing in his mouth, so we decided to just bury him somewhere else. I decided to bury him in the neighbor's yard. Oh, god damn it, he wasn't a vampire then, but he sure as shit is now. Now, the tricky thing about being accused of being a vampire is that you really can't actually do anything about it in the fact that you're dead, which normally makes it very hard to do pretty much anything. But for the living, to whom this was probably the greatest level of concern, they couldn't just let you sit there being all vampire-y and stuff. Okay, so what did they actually do to prevent these people from rising from the dead? Now, a couple things worth noting here. One, superstitions and practices varied a lot from place to place. And two, again, content warning, as if you didn't need it already for that whole last part. If you made it this far, I promise it's nothing you can't handle. Now, fortunately, or unfortunately, I guess, there are countless graves across Eastern Europe that paint a grisly picture of those accused. Oh man. It's getting colder in here. I think I need to put on a jacket. Okay, look, I was gonna put on like a cool, like black jacket because it would be cool, but it is just so goddamn cold in here that I don't think I have a choice but to put on this wool coat. I am now Boris, the Soviet vampire. I found this jacket at a yard sale and it was like $10, and I was like, ooh, $10 for a wool jacket, that's kind of cool. And I looked at it, and it has a little fucking tank on it. And then I looked inside it, and I'm like, oh shit, this thing's old. And I'm like 90% sure this is like an actual like Soviet military jacket or something. I don't know enough about military history to pin it, but maybe someone in the comments, look, this is what you get. Have a look, yeah, have a little look. There we go. Okay, someone can diagnose it from there. But either way, I am now Vlad. Vlad the Impala. Vlad the Tame Impala. Is that Tame Impala? I don't know. I don't listen to them. I'm not a fucking normie. Let's go to Poland. Like I said earlier, there are a lot of vampire burials in Poland. Oh god, I have to pronounce names now. For example, like at Drasko-Pomorski. I feel like that's pretty good, but I kind of doubt it. In this town, archaeologists discovered the remains of a cemetery. It dated to around the 17th or 18th century and contained 6 individuals, and it's believed that all of them died of cholera. That being said, almost every single individual in this cemetery was found buried with the elaborate burial superstitions that are reserved for vampires. In one grave were the remains of a man aged between 35 and 45. Him, just like the rest of the people found in the cemetery, were buried in a simple wooden box. And this individual had been buried on his back with a small sickle over his throat. This was another common burial superstition to prevent the rising of the vampire, as it was believed that if they tried to get up, they would decapitate themselves. I mean, I guess it's kind of smart. I feel like they probably could have just decapitated them, but whatever. There was also the remains of a young woman between 16 and 19 years old, and she was found with a copper headband around her forehead, a copper coin near her mouth, and as if that wasn't enough, also a sickle over her neck. Some kind of restraint is something that will also be seen a lot at these burials. In this case, a copper headband intended to keep an individual pinned to the ground so they couldn't rise again. There was also the remains of a woman between 30 and 40 found with a sickle across her neck and a coin in her mouth. Coins are, and kind of always have been, part of various superstitions, in this case made to ward off evil spirits. It's also believed that things like coins and stones would be placed in the mouths of people accused of vampirism so that they would have something to bite down on, so that they couldn't rise from the dead and go on to bite you. I don't know if they thought that someone could just spit the coin out and then bite you, but I don't know, it was worth a try, I guess. Along with this, there was the remains of a woman between the ages of 35 and 40 who was also found with a sickle over her neck and a coin in her mouth. But this individual also had a crushed skull. I hope that it was due to heavy machinery. I really hope so, because it is also known that one of the other methods of dealing with a vampire is to crush them with a rock. There was also the remains of a woman between the ages of 50 and 60 who was found with a whole smorgasbord of things to stop her from vampiring, a sickle across her waist, a coin in her mouth, and a stone placed on top of her throat to stop her jaw from opening, and a lack of teeth. It's believed that the teeth were removed post-mortem, which could indicate that that was also a precaution taken to prevent her from vampiring. The sickle across her waist is another one that becomes common in later burials. Just like the belief of putting it across their neck, it was believed that if you put it across their midriff, they would cut themselves in half when they rise up, which would be really hard to do, but I guess, again, worth a shot, you know, worth a shot. It's that or vampire, so you may as well try it. And lastly, the remains of a young individual whose age and sex were unable to be identified, who was found with a stone placed over their throat. This is one of the most expansive vampire graveyards found pretty much anywhere, but it is far from the only one, and definitely far from the only one in Poland. Take, for example, the vampire discovery in Peen. Peen. Isn't that the band that wrote, Ocean Man? In the city of Peen, archaeologists discovered the remains of a woman who was buried around the 17th century. Elements from her burial indicated that she was of a fairly high social status, for example, garments, empire. Though I'd imagine there were probably other circumstances around her death that led people to believe this. But either way, the way we know people think she was a vampire is because she was buried with a sickle across her chest, a sickle across her neck, a coin in her mouth, and a padlock on her toe. This is another trend that was believed to keep vampires from rising, locks either on their toes or shackling their legs together. It is a little bit unusual that a woman of presumably high social status was treated in this way, but again, as is the case with many archaeological sites, we will never know exactly what the circumstances were around her death, which is so goddamn frustrating. Okay, last one from Poland. Why don't we have a look at the discovery from Chelm? No, I'm going American. Chelm. Here was discovered the remains of a child's grave from around the 13th century, kind of at the very beginning of when the vampire myth began to resemble what it does today. Now, I'm not exactly sure why this is, but this one is, for some reason, way more gruesome than all the other ones. The individual at this burial site was crushed beneath huge, heavy stones. And, as if that hadn't been enough, they had been decapitated and their severed head placed face down into the grave. This is another element of the superstition around vampires, that if you've buried them face down or put at least their head face down, they wouldn't know which way is up. I don't know what sort of empirical evidence they were using to try and prove that that was the case, but I don't know, maybe they just really thought vampires were stupid or didn't have an internal compass. Guys, whoa, let's step away from Poland here for a second. This is getting out of control. Let's have a quick look at the mother country, fucking Italy. Okay, we've already talked about the vampire of Lugnano, the 5th century remains of a child found in the child cemetery. But that is not the only vampire burial that British guy was talking about in that TikTok. This is proof that vampires used to live in, what did he say? On the world. Was it on the world or in the world? It was something that didn't make any fucking sense. Tell me your little funny jokes, little man.
This is proof that vampires used to live on the world.
It is proof that vampires used to live on the world. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm looking at my outfit that I had then. I got hotter.
Lazzaretto Nuovo in Venice.
Lazzaretto Nuovo. I tried to pronounce it then too. I probably fucked it up as much now as I did then. Anyway, this woman was found buried in a mass plague grave. This aligns with what we were talking about earlier, that people could be accused of vampirism if they died in a plague, if they were the first one to catch it, or something like that. Okay, we're gonna shift our perspective a little bit. Let's have a last little look at Bulgaria. Firstly, let's have a look at the vampire of Perpericon. Here the discovery was made of the remains of a 40-year-old man dating back to about the 13th century. His remains were found staked through the heart with an iron rod, probably the most classic of vampire hunting techniques. This is similar to another discovery made in Sozopol, Bulgaria, where the remains of two men dating to the medieval period were also found staked through the heart. And lastly, in Debelt, you gotta put the belt on the pants so they don't fall down. You gotta put the belt on the pants, you're gonna be arrested for public indecency. Here the remains of 6 individuals from the medieval period were discovered, and there is evidence to suggest that all of them had been nailed down through their hands, feet, and torsos. These discoveries are also sort of the tip of the iceberg. There are many more and countless more to be discovered. So while these burials have helped us understand some of the ways that you're supposed to, deal with a vampire, there are plenty more
alternative vampire strategies.
Many people suspected of vampirism were buried with a few different burial customs for redundancy. In case decapitating them didn't work, you wanted to crush them with a rock as well. Like, dot your I's, cross your T's and shit like that. Some of the ones that we touched on that had a few variations of were classic decapitation. While the site we looked at had the individual decapitated and the head face placed down, in other locations the head would be decapitated and placed between the knees. There are also instances of shackles or locks binding the legs and arms to the ground. Some actually took this idea a step further and just cut the legs off, which seems thorough. I know that I certainly wouldn't be able to rise from the dead if I didn't have legs. I also know that I certainly wouldn't be able to rise from the dead. Another interesting one that we sort of touched on is burying an individual face down. There was some belief that if the individual was not facing the direction they needed to go to rise from their grave, they would either just dig farther into the ground, or instead of biting a person, they'd just bite the dirt. Again, I'm honestly, if I were a vampire, I'd be a little offended. Countless vampires that we don't know about because they were cremated. Probably the ultimate move in preventing something from rising from the living is to just make it literally not even exist anymore. And in a weird twist of irony, this was actually probably a decent way of dealing with things like the plague, which people did attribute to vampirism at one point. But I guess bodies are incapable of actually spreading the plague once they have been turned to dust. We've also seen multiple examples of stakes being driven through the body. The classic and most infamous one of these is a stake driven through the heart, but sometimes these were also done in order to pin the individual to the ground. And the last and very bizarre one of these is sewing needles through the belly button, which makes me a little bit uncomfortable even saying those words out loud. But look at you, you're not uncomfortable by that. You're cool and different. Yeah, I don't know, I kind of like gore. I think gore is kind of cool, All of these superstitions seem kind of ridiculous by our modern standards. It's easy for us to sit here with the perspective that we have and look back in time at these people and be like, what a bunch of idiots. But I want to remind you that these acts were committed by people exactly like you and I. These were not some different species, these were not some backwards twisted barbarians, these were people who were just brought up at a different time. It's easy for us to pedestalize ourselves today, to think that we are so much better and more intelligent than those in the past. But it bears repeating that if any of us had lived at this time, we very easily could have been the person wielding the stake or the one on the other end of it. Because if we look far enough back into the shadows of the past and things begin to get hazy, we take for granted the fact that today we know a lot. Maybe, some might argue, a little bit too much. But as we look backwards into the shadows, we can see that for all of human history, perhaps even until this day, all of our actions have been dictated by one thing: the fear of the unknown. Today, people are not accused of being vampires. We can sit in our living room couches or on our bus ride home from school and look at memes about them,
New York City,
and TV shows about them, or read a book about them. They can be funny, they can be a little bit scary, they can be sexy, they can be super gay, but if there's one thing that they aren't, it's real. Now, you could easily say that at the time these burials happened, vampires weren't real then either. But they may as well have been, because they dictated the way that people actually lived their lives. The actions that people took at this time were done with the understanding that vampires were a very real threat. So even if vampires didn't really exist then, does it really matter if people acted as though they did? So what changed? As time went on, many of the superstitions that would make people accuse others of vampirism began to be more understood. Things like germ theory were discovered, unlocking the wonderful and horrifying world of biological diseases. Once we knew what germs and bacteria and plagues were, we did not need to pin things on vampire to a body post-mortem. And that many of the unusual phenomena once attributed to vampires are just a natural part of the decomposition process. In fields like natural science, disasters were understood more. Droughts, tornadoes, floods, and hurricanes all began to be understood as natural phenomena not attributed to the supernatural. And so yet again, the use for vampires faded into obscurity. By the 1800s, the scientific revolution had really found its stride, and with it, it drove the final proverbial stake through the heart of the vampire myth. With so much of a better understanding of the world that we live in, we no longer had need for these baseless superstitions. And so the fear of the dead rising and wreaking havoc among the living, a superstition which had existed for literally thousands of years, finally came to an end. And so these creatures finally became endearing characters of pop culture rather than vicious demonic entities. The deceased man was complaining of having horrible nightmares, visions and hallucinations of him rising and wreaking havoc on the world of the living. In response to this, the man's body was exhumed from the town's cemetery. First, a stake was driven through his heart, and then his heart was removed. After this, his heart was burned to ash and made into a potion in order to cure the family members who had been suffering from these hallucinations. I will highlight again, this was in 2004. Fear of the unknown will drive people to do outlandish things, and this is why it's so important for us to understand the world around us. With every scientific advancement and discovery, we get a little bit closer to knowing. I have a great memory of, in my early years of college, there was a group who will remain nameless on my college campus who made a big stink on Indigenous Peoples Day. These individuals were firm believers that it should go back to being Columbus Day, and they backed up this belief by trying to say that in the New World, all of the people that were here were a bunch of uncivilized barbarians. Yes, these were college students, I know, they should have known better. And the way they backed this up was by posting a bunch of propaganda images made by Spanish conquistadors showing human sacrifice and things like that. Now, I thought this was hilarious for a myriad of reasons. One, shut the fuck up, and two, do they know barbaric cultural practices are not a market that are cornered in one part of the world? The immediate example that came to my mind was the Spanish Inquisition. You want to talk about ritualistic sacrifice? Or the Salem witch trials. Huh, weird, a bunch of white people killing each other over a religious belief? My point with this is not to point fingers or make some big political statement here. It's the fact that when people are fearful of the unknown, they make terrifying and horrible decisions. This is why it is all the more important to study science and to understand the world around us. Because while it's easy today to understand and accept the fact that vampires and witches have never existed, and that sacrificing people would never change how much rain is going to fall, does any of that really matter to the people to whom that may as well have been true? So finally, while we enjoy this crisp fall weather and watch our favorite vampire shows or movies, I think it's worthwhile to take a moment to humble ourselves and think about how far we've come, and remind ourselves of the places that bear the bones of people to whom the idea of a vampire wasn't just a silly fairy tale. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you all for watching. And I'd like to give a big thank you to all of my returning viewers. Bonus points if you're watching this at the live premiere, Sunday nights 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I'd like to give a big welcome to all of my new viewers. I hope you enjoyed the video. If you did enjoy this video, I humbly ask you sauce an interaction of some kind. I make all of my educational content on YouTube for free, and interactions help boost the algorithm to let you keep watching it for free. Like I always say, it's like tipping the bellhop, except it's free. I would also like to give a massive thank you to my patrons on Patreon. Patrons get early ad-free access to all of my videos and their names in the credits of all my videos as a small token of my appreciation. If you'd like to become a patron, the link to that
believe what they found there. It's seeing giant creatures roaming around him, and he's brought to a shimmering rainbow city. All of this is in his diary. Apparently, there are leaked photos that show us they're trying to cover up something big down there. Cultures all around the world just all independently come up with the same allegedly fictitious anthropomorphic bird, built by completely different cultures with zero contact among each other and thousands of kilometers apart. All dismissed as irrelevant or flat out ignored by mainstream archaeology. Get your tinfoil hats ready for this one.
Jesus. Fahrenheit outside. So I came to the studio and I was like, that's a little cold even by my New England sensibilities. So I thought we could have a little fire in here to warm myself up. That's nice. That's a real fire hazard right there. I actually do have a space heater in here with me today, which doesn't matter considering the entire place is uninsulated and way too big for this space heater, bringing us to a balmy 28 degrees Fahrenheit. And with that, I'm ready to make a video. Anybody want some paraffin wax? Do a slight rearrange here. There we go. We don't need the candle to be directly in front of me. Wow, I have a great idea. While I work on scripting the Atlantis episode, why don't I just do a fun little easy one-off video? You know, I don't know, maybe I'll talk about someone's TikTok account, you know, and just sort of break down all the videos that they've made. That'll be nice and easy, and certainly won't take me 2 months and 2 reshoots to finally complete. I have discussed a lot of conspiracy videos in my 3 years on TikTok and YouTube, and over the course of this time, there's been a lot of repeat offenders. But through all this time, there has been one account that has reigned supreme. The uncontested king of bullshit. An account that I get tagged in so much, it clogs my inbox every single time I open TikTok. For those of you that know who it is, I'm sorry. But today, we're gonna be talking about Phil Spixel, a conspiracy TikTok account run by a fella by the name of Philip Zeba. Philip Zeba? I don't know. Philip, if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. A few months ago, I found that I had been tagged in one of this guy's videos more than 300 times. And that's just one example. It seems like 75% of my tags are from this guy's content. And honestly, I'm kind of sick of it at this point. And so today, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna be doing something I have never done before. I went through Philip's entire channel. It was, as you can imagine, an agonizing process, but I do it for you. And from all those videos, I have pulled all the major arguments that he makes. And in this video, I'm going to be going over every single one of them. Everything from Hollow Earth to pyramid power plants to the Smithsonian destroying giant skeletons. Howdy friends, my name is Milo Rossi, and welcome to this exceptionally long video, which I can think of no more an appropriate name than Philip Zeba Debunked. Philip Zeba is a bit of a character. Now, as one creator looking at another, I recognize the fact that for the camera. We're gonna be getting to know Philip's character very well today, but the trait we need to start with is a little something that we in the biz like to call yappin'. My man Philip can yap. Now, if you move the mouse, I'm sure you're saying to yourself, who the fuck is this guy? He's got a 2-hour-long video complaining about somebody else yapping. Yeah, you know what? That's fair. I'll admit it. Pot calling the kettle black a little bit. But the difference is that this is a YouTube video essay. It's supposed to be 2 hours long. What else are you supposed to play in the background while you're, you know, doing homework or something? Philip's sole medium is short-form content. Now, when you think of short-form content, what do you think of? 60 seconds, 90 seconds, maybe 2 minutes, maybe. Now, my man here can make videos that are upwards of 5 minutes long. Now, while I personally think 5 to 6 minutes is way too long for a short-form video, I have some respect for it, okay? He's got a lot to say, even if it is yapping. But that's where my problem comes in, because I make all of my shorts 60 seconds. And because Philip spends so much time yapping, I can't even begin to scratch the surface of his bullshit in a single short-form video, I decided to do this instead. Now, I've been planning to make this video for a long time. For those of you who subscribe to me on Patreon, you will have seen that this has been in my roadmap for like ever. In fact, I actually already filmed this video. The entire thing, it took me like 5 hours. And my structure was just, I watched like 7 of his videos in a row and just talked about them. But the problem is it ended up being so redundant and I absolutely hated how it was organized. So I decided to take another like 3 weeks to re-script the entire thing and shoot this. Oh, it's cold in here. What are we looking at? Oh, we have just crossed the 30-degree Fahrenheit line. Can you guys see the steam coming out of my mouth? Probably not. The lights are shining into it. What if I do this? Ready? This is gonna be crazy. Or it's not gonna work at all. See? I told you it was cold in here. So before we get into this unnecessarily long video, I want to welcome some of you. First, I would like to give a warm welcome to any viewers who are familiar with Philip's content and have some sort of belief in it. In this video, I'm going to be going over all of the points Philip makes. All of my sources are going to be linked on screen, and you can find all of them in the description. So if you are truly someone who, wants to do your own research, put your money where your mouth is and watch this video to educate yourself further. Or if you want to call me a sheep and click off the video, you can have at it, but you can see the fact that you care more about your feelings than you do about facts. Hit him with the Ben Shapiro. Secondly, I'd like to give a big welcome to pretty much everyone else. If you're new to the channel, welcome. You've probably seen some of my TikToks where I do debunking of conspiracy theories. Well, if you like those, you're in luck because I'm going to be doing it for like 2 hours here. If you clicked on it because you saw how long the video is and you're just playing it in the background while you do homework or something like that, welcome. I do the exact same thing. I actually kind of intended for this video to be a little bit for that. If you want to be generous, sauce me an interaction. It's like tipping the bellhop. It helps what I do here, And if you're a returning viewer, welcome back. I love you. And bonus points if you're watching at the live premiere, Sunday nights at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now, the last person that I want to welcome to this video is Philip Ziba himself. Now, Philip, if you are actually watching this, I'm actually partly addressing this video to you. As I said in the beginning, we both have caricatures. I think I said character, but what I should have said is caricatures. We both have exaggerated versions of ourselves that we present on the internet. This is my caricature. We're about to see your caricature. Now, in this video, my caricature is going to go toe-to-toe with your caricature. But one of the reasons that I reshot this video is because I felt like the first one was just too much of commentary channel attack content. And that didn't really sit well with me. And so while I am still going to be going for some pretty good digs in this video, I actually am trying to give you some advice, as weird as that sounds. No, I'm not going to lie. I don't really like your content. And as a matter of fact, I don't even really know if I like you. But as a man-to-man and a creative ability to connect with your audience, you have built a platform of 1.5 million followers on TikTok, and that's pretty impressive. Now, the only part of you that I've seen is your caricature, and so, unfortunately, I'm going to be judging you based off your caricature, which is a little unfair, but I don't really have anything else to go off. And so I want you to know that my thesis here isn't, fuck you, get off the internet. I am, trying to point out why I think the content you're making is something you should move away from and the damage that it has. But along with that, I also want to try and give you some, advice and maybe some ideas for how to make your content better. Because even though the stuff you are communicating is a bunch of bullshit, you are a great communicator. So if you can respect the fact that we're kind of going into this as frenemies, I'm good to get this thing started. You hear that? That's the squirrels. Hey, keep it down up there, little fuckers. Oh, shit. They're climbing on the fucking rain gutter. Yo. Hey, little bastard, get out of here. Little shit. Honestly, I'm okay with having squirrels in my house. They get the attic, I get the downstairs. That works. We have a no man's land. We have an understanding here. I mean, it's cold outside. Why should I get to be in the warm house and they can't? Throughout this video, I want us to all keep a question in mind. And that is, does Philip actually believe in the things that he's willing to sort of go the extra mile, do the extra legwork? And even if we don't agree with them, and I'm going to research all of my points to, show whether or not there's fact backing up the things he says, they still believe in it and they are willing to back it up. Someone who does it just to get clicks is someone who doesn't really care what words are coming out of their mouth. And in my opinion, it's even a little bit worse because they probably don't believe the things they're saying, but they are willing to peddle it anyway to people who do believe it because it's the thing that gets them clicks and views. Okay, and lastly, before we get into things, I want to make this very clear at the beginning. This is not a hit piece. I do not have a personal problem with Philip. This is not me trying to, get off the internet and start some fucking bullshit. I don't really care about who Philip is as a person. I am just looking at the things that he is saying. These could be coming out of the mouth of anyone, and I would be fact-checking them in the exact same way. You are not to use this video as grounds to give Philip or his fans any negativity, and if you take a video like this as an excuse to harass someone, you are fucking dirt to me. Okay, we all on the same page with this? Good. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's get this thing started. Damn, bro, it's cold up here. I need to get my mittens. Right, Philip, piece of advice off listening to Philip's yapping, then by looking at whatever the fuck this video is.
Bruh, what on earth is this thing?
That's Big Bird in drag. I saw him last time I drank ayahuasca.
Apparently it's called the opium or the erosion bird. And don't worry, they're definitely AI generated.
That's bullshit, Philip. Those things are definitely real. The one that I saw told me exactly how and when I was gonna die.
But many are beginning to claim that creatures like this are actually real, and we've already encountered them in our past before.
So this video came out around the height of the, like, erosion bird meme. So he clearly isn't claiming that these things are real, because that would be ridiculous, but he's using it as a bit of a clickbait segue into whatever the next bullshit is he's gonna say.
Why did cultures all around the world just all independently come up with the same allegedly fictitious anthropomorphic bird?
The same allegedly fictitious anthropomorphic bird. Okay, we're grasping at straws right off the... Is that Thoth at the top? Toth? What the fuck is his name? Okay, you got Thoth at the top, you got some sort of Mesopotamian god, and then some South American god. Now, while they all have bird features, what you will notice is that they have about as many different bird features as is humanly possible. One of them has the head of a bird and no wings, one of them has the head of a human and wings, and one of them is dressed in a bird costume. You cannot tell me that that is enough evidence for you that all of our ancestors were connected to bird people. So this brings us to a very important theme through all of Philip's content that we need to talk about right off the bat. And we even get to learn a new vocab word. So everyone repeat after me, hyperdiffusion. Hyperdiffusion is a pseudoscientific concept that traces its roots back to the end of the 1800s and the beginning of the 1900s. And even if you're not familiar with the word, you are absolutely familiar with hyperdiffusion. If you've seen anyone peddle conspiracies about Atlantis or long-lost, globe-spanning civilizations of the Ice Age or even ancient aliens, these are all examples of hyperdiffusion. Generally, the concept dictates that all of the major civilizations on Earth are descended from one lost master civilization. You can see why this was such a pot, using them in the same way as, Ignatius Donnelly did in the, 1900s. Hyperdiffusion is something that has been used for a litany of terrible shit, everything from eugenics to justifying Nazi land claims. Now, obviously, that's not what Philip is doing here, but it is important to understand the roots of this concept. Now, with the background out of the way, how does hyperdiffusion really work in the practice of these videos? Well, why don't I just show you, and I promise you'll get the hang of it really fucking quickly.
So this is a map of pyramids all around the world, all allegedly built independently of each other and all having identical structures that follow this similar step pattern. Famous pyramids of Djoser in Egypt, Chichen Itza, Pyramid de los Nichos, Tikal Temple, the Great Pyramid of Cholula, Kokur, and Prasat Baksay Cham Krong in Cambodia. And deep within the ocean is the sunken Yonaguni monument, all with a nearly identical look, yet built by completely different cultures with zero contact among each other and thousands of kilometers apart.
Wow, that one is pretty classic. If people all over the world didn't have contact with each other, how did they know how to put the rocks going up? Just like the weird bird thing that we started out with, all these we have a lot to cover about pyramids in this video, so I will get into that claim itself, but for the moment I want it to stand as an example of hyperdiffusion. Frequently, hyperdiffusion is used when talking about some of the most basic shit possible. When talking about the pyramids, it's like, how did they realize to stack them, or how they realized to make stones fit together this way?
How did our ancient ancestors figure out these identical building techniques completely independent of each other?
What these people totally neglect to mention is there's only so many ways you can work with stone. If you have thousands of civilizations across the world, of course some of them are going to come up with pretty similar ways of doing the same thing with the same materials trying to achieve the same end. Now, along with talking about physical constructions, hyperdiffusion also plays a lot into folklore, just like the birds that we saw just a minute ago. Now, a misconception that I think is peddled by these conspiracy theorists all the time is that archaeologists don't want to listen to folklore. In reality, folklore is one of the most important anthropological tools that we have, being anthropology, not archaeology, because you don't dig for folklore. Almost all folklore is based on some modicum of truth, and there's no anthropologist in the world who would deny that. But these conspiracy theorists kind of take it to a different level, where instead of looking for the seed of truth in the forest of myth, you just decide to cut down every tree.
Carvings and drawings of extremely large people in chairs. Mayans and Aztecs had their own depictions of towering humans. And the Sumerians, well, they had the Anunnaki.
We're gonna have to talk about giants a lot later in this video, so I'm not gonna get into it now, but hyperdiffusion. The thing that these conspiracy theorists don't really recognize is that all of the sort of commonalities between all of these cultures are things that every person around the world had contact with. The idea of a giant person is not a hard thing to come up with. We all live around people, and the concept of anthropomorphic animals is fucking ancient, as long as we've been able to, fire enough synapses to combine two creatures together. We are a species that lives on the ground. For as long as we could look up, we've seen birds flying in the sky and thought, man, I wonder what's up with that. So if you're telling me that the most likely reason a bunch of cultures around the world have bird deities is because there are actual bird deities and not because we all live on a planet with fucking birds, then you are out of it.
Zuni, Acoma Pueblo have legends of a race that existed there before them. These myths all speak of either a race of reptilians, yes, we're in lizard people territory now, or giants that civilized the area.
Uh-oh.
What do you mean by that, Philip? That doesn't really give the right. I know you didn't mean it like that, but let's just, I'm an anthropologist, all right? My field pretty much got its birth from eugenics, so I'm trying to, right the wrongs of the past a little bit here.
Micmac, a Native American tribe that lived along the Atlantic coast, which shares a baffling number of similarities with Egyptian hieroglyphs, two cultures that allegedly had no contact among each other. This one was just a coincidence, of course.
Philip, I'm going to give you my first piece of advice. You clearly have an interest in history. You clearly have an interest in bullshit. What about the Micmac language you just talked about? That's pretty interesting, isn't it? I'm sure a lot of your viewers probably haven't heard about the Micmac language. But because of the way you presented that video, now the only thing they know about is, well, maybe the ancient Egyptians had contact with the Micmac. Why don't you make a video talking about the mysterious Micmac language? Why is it that the Micmac have a written language and so many other indigenous groups in the US didn't? By trying to claim that there was some fictitious lost civilization, you make every little piece of the puzzle that we have at our disposal that's actually real completely trivialized.
Just like the Fuente Magna Bowl found in Bolivia with Proto-Sumerian cuneiform script writing on it.
That's not true. All right, guys, we're doing an Awful Archaeology speed run. Hey, guys, welcome back to Awful Archaeology. Today, we're going to be talking about the Fuente Magna Bowl. The Fuente Magna Bowl has no history, as in we have no idea where it came from, there is no record of the site, and we really don't even know when it was discovered. For those of you who've been watching my channel for a while, you'll be familiar with the word context. It's probably a stream bed is very different than finding a projectile point in, a pile of bones. But if you were to take both of those projectile points, not record where they came from, and then just keep them in a box, they mean pretty much nothing. So you could have literally the Holy Grail in your hand, and if you don't have any records of where it came from, what the environment around it was like, it pretty much is worthless. So since we have no record of where the Fuente Magna Bowl came from, that makes it a little suspicious. Since people claim that it is the sole artifact that, sorry, my bad. Philip claims that he knows what language is on this bowl, which he should try and get that published, considering that nobody else has managed to figure out what the language on the bowl is. Various people trying to interpret the Fuente Magna Bowl have claimed that the script on it is anything from Sumerian, Proto-Sumerian, Phoenician, Georgian, and even Hebrew. So long story short, if people can't even agree on what the language on the bowl is, it probably doesn't mean anything. In all likelihood, the Fuente Magna Bowl was either a completely fabricated artifact or an actual artifact that was later carved on in order to sell it for a higher profit. Thanks for watching Awful Archaeology. Stay curious and all that shit.
Records of inner Earth civilizations have been reported by many, if not almost every ancient society of our past.
Wow, I wonder why that is, Philip. Maybe because for as long as people have had their neurons firing, we've wondered, I wonder what's below our feet. I'll give you 1 second to guess what he's gonna do next. Time's up. If you guess that he's going to list a bunch of civilizations that all have underworlds in their mythology, you are absolutely right.
Buddhists, Gartha. Ancient Indians have Patala. The Mayans got Xibalba. Chico Mostok for the Aztecs. The Sumerians Ker. Babylonians Urkala. Chinese Diyu. Ancient Egyptian, Greek, Roman, and even Celtics.
I'm sorry, the what?
And even Celtics.
The fucking Celtics? I always knew the fucking Celtics were doing something down there, bud. I gotta humble myself here for a second. I'm not normally the kind of person to make fun of someone mispronouncing something, but the fucking Celtics? You can't come onto the video of a guy from fucking Boston and not expect him to notice when you call the Celtics the fucking Celtics. You wanna go try that shit in fucking Southie, bud? Rule 95, the Auto Mile in fucking Norwood. Come on down there and try. Hilarious. You know what, Philip? I'm gonna give you a little point for that. I'll imaginary mark it on the wall. Hilarious that you're wearing a Celtics shirt. That would have been really good. If you wore a Celtics shirt, I would have thought that you actually intended to call them the Celtics. Wait, am I losing my shit? Is it actually pronounced Celtics or is it Celtics? I always thought it was Celtics. Okay. Citation needed on that one. I'm looking at it and it looks like it's Celtics, which is how I've always heard it. But if I'm wrong,
a research assistant and a fact check.
At least that bit was still pretty funny. No, I don't want to know how to pronounce Celtics like the Boston Celtics.
Celtics.
Yeah, I know how to pronounce the name of the Boston fucking Celtics. Here in Ireland, except for the initial soft say in sports teams' names, like the Celtics, Celtic with a hard C or K is the standard, but that was not always the case. The early pronunciation was with an S sound. Reflect pretty embarrassing. I mean, I don't know, maybe the Celtics do have their own underworld. The TD Garden is kind of like the underworld on Earth, so I mean, it would only make sense.
Just like the flood myth that appears in every single ancient civilization.
Okay, fuck off. We're not talking about the flood myth. I am so sick of that bullshit. The problem is that the entire concept of hyperdiffusion has one really big weakness. Whether someone's trying to convince you of Atlantis or a lost globe-spanning civilization of the Ice Age, there is... Whoa.
Did you see that? My finger caught on fire for a second. For as long as humanity has climbed out of the primordial ooze, we have been leaving our grubby little fingerprints all over this planet. And the most conclusive way of seeing where humanity's path has been is looking at the literal genetic code in our bodies. Have a look at this map. This is a map of human migration across the world done only through genetic evidence. If you do believe that there was a lot of ideas, please just research this yourself. One off the top of my head, the Kennewick Man, an ancient set of human remains found in what's now like the Pacific Northwest of the United States, has a very close genetic link to a lot of indigenous Americans, as you won't be surprised, but also has a very close link to a lot of indigenous Siberians, because genetically he was very close to that group of people. Look at the globalization of the world today. We have people from all over the world who are able to, mix with one another. When our civilization collapses, and you can mark my words that it will, if there was some anthropologist thousands of years in the future, they would be able to tell that we had a globe-spanning civilization because of our genetics. The frustrating thing about archaeology is you're trying to assemble like a 1,000-piece puzzle with 3 pieces left. And that means that there's a lot of blank spaces. But a lot of these hyperdiffusion theories act like we have all of the pieces. So instead of acknowledging that there's gaps between them, they're like, yes, Karahan Tepe and, Gunung Padang, and just like all this random shit, and they're like, yes, this is the full picture. Even though we're constantly uncovering new shit, and we'll never have the full picture. It's no small wonder that the people who actually studied archaeology are not the ones peddling this bullshit. Whoa, do I have another lighter? Now kiss. They multiplied in my pockets. Okay, now that we're all on the same page with hyperdiffusion, let's go to the land down under, because we're gonna explore the ruins in Antarctica.
The ruins left behind by one of these ancient cities.
Off to a strong start with this one. Okay, I want you guys to take 5 seconds to look at this image, and I'm gonna see if you can guess what I'm gonna talk about in this section. I'll be in the corner taking a piss if you need me. I don't even need Google to tell me that that's an AI-generated image, Philip.
A lot of controversy behind these.
There is absolutely no controversy behind these ruins, Philip. Don't act like there is.
But apparently there are leaked photos that show us they're trying to cover up something big down there.
This is the first time we're seeing Philip's caricature shine through a little bit. Philip's character is that of a do your own research as long as that research is the Joe Rogan Experience kind of person. So he'll speak with this language that tries to trick you into thinking that what he's talking about is actually more plausible or more, uncertain than it actually is. Which is why he'll lace things into it like, lot of controversy around these. There's no fucking controversy around them, Philip. You are literally just lying to your audience in order to drum up clicks. I mean, they're trying to cover up something big down there. Who the fuck is they, Philip? Who's they, Philip? No one is trying to cover that shit up, okay? There's no ruins in Antarctica. The conspiracies are right in front of your faces, people. Jesus Christ, these conspiracy theorists give like the perfect smokescreen for the government to keep doing the shady shit they've been doing for years. Honestly, maybe Philip is a government psyop, because the more breath he wastes talking about how the government is covering up giants, the more the government can continue fucking us 10 ways to Sunday and getting away with it.
Doubters will tell you these photos are fake because Google told them.
Okay, you smug son of a bitch, because Google told them. Philip, you can't rag on Google. It's the entire, sum of humanity's knowledge at your fingertips. Don't try and make people feel stupid for doing more research than you. But you know what, Philip? Just because you wanted to be a little bit of an extra smug bastard about this one, I decided to go down a little bit more of a rabbit hole just for you. So here's how I started. I Googled photos of ruins in Antarctica. I got this list of images, none of which are the ones you're talking about, which you'd think that if it was suddenly some big controversial thing, the images would be pretty much everywhere, right? But whatever, doesn't matter. I'll just take your word for it. And the photos were exactly what you would expect. We had this mountain that looks like a pyramid that we're definitely not gonna have to talk about in just a couple minutes, Philip. Oh my God, why would you make me do that? As well as some photos of shipwrecks and snowbanks and shit like that. But as I scrolled down, I found this image, which isn't one of the ones that you used, but looks very similar. Now, as if looking at it isn't enough to tell you, it says directly underneath, stable diffusion. Uh-oh. So I tracked this down to the Hugging Face article that it came from, and I found that it was referencing a bunch of these images being used on a YouTube channel. The Scott Lewis YouTube channel, which honestly, Philip, I'm sure you'd love him. He looks like he talks about the same bullshit talking points that you do. But they still weren't the same images you were using, so I decided to go back to the drawing board. And so I went back to my Google debunking, and first I found this hilarious April Fool's article from the Society for American Archaeology from the 1990s, talking about ruins being discovered in Antarctica and featuring a geologist called Scott Amundsen. For any of you that are familiar with polar history, you will recognize both of those names immediately because they were the two explorers that raced to get to the South Pole first, as well as an archaeologist named H.P. Lovelock, a hilarious twist on H.P. Lovecraft and Lovelock Cave,
which is also something we're not gonna have to talk about in this video, right, Philip? But then I found this Reuters article called Photos Allegedly from Bird's Expedition to the Antarctic Allegedly Created by Artificial Intelligence. The Reuters article referenced another article called Top Secret Lost Photos from Admiral Byrd's Expedition by someone called Lost Books. So I click on that link and I find Lost Books page. Now I can't see the whole article because it's behind a paywall, so I obviously pay the paywall in the essence of doing research and look through the entire article. Now again, it had a lot of images, but not the ones that you used. So I did a little more digging on this Lost Books character. It's at this point that I should mention that Lost Books is someone who uses AI to illustrate their, fictitious novels that they write. Nowhere are they trying to convince you that these images are real. They are merely using them as a catalyst to tell their story. So after looking through the catalog of books, I found one called Mysterious Antarctica, claiming to have more than 100 images from probably the same set. And so for the low price of about $3 USD, I bought the thing. So I scroll through the entire book, but none of the images are the same. But something very ungenerated mind. So feeling like I hit a dead end, I went back to Lost Books webpage. I found their email and I wrote to them. I said, hey, I'm working on a YouTube video. I came across your book and I need your help identifying some AI images. He responded back and said, yes, I would absolutely be interested in helping you with this project. Also, I am best friends with your cousin. I didn't expect that to happen. Somehow, this dude went to art school with one of my cousins who I've never met, and they've been best friends for like 20 years. Philip, I don't know why you led me down a rabbit hole where I connected with like a fourth cousin that I've never met in my life. This cousin that I apparently had then also reached out to me, and I learned that he lives near a really big flea market that I like, and now I'm gonna meet him. I don't know how this happened. Philip, I came here to learn about fucking AI images, and you just gave me a goddamn family reunion. So anyway, cousins aside, I wrote back and said, holy shit, what the fuck? So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to give a warm welcome to none other than the mastermind behind Lost Books himself.
Максимално uživanje so крцкавото Орео колаче с големи uživането до Max со Milka Max.
Tim.
That's not my only art thing, but I've been using AI to do images that are hyper-realistic, that are kind of a combination of fact and fiction, and I did my own set that was called Mysterious Antarctica that purported to show Admiral Byrd exploring Antarctica in the 1940s, 1950s, as part of an operation. So I made a bunch of fake images that went viral. They're very similar to the ones that I made, and I used prompts like historical photos or grainy black and white images. I think with like the AI compression stuff that you see, like the weird artifacts, kind of like the fuzzy edges and stuff, you have an old fashioned looking picture, it makes your brain sort of accept that there are flaws in this image that otherwise, if it was modern, you might not accept them. When I first saw those images, I was like, well, this is a language that I speak. Like I've been making images in this style, even of this subject, for a while. So when I see them, I immediately recognize sort of stylistic elements, the way that some of the color is done, the way that sort of like a lot of times that's when things start to fall apart. Yeah, when you send me those images, it's like, I know this, I've been doing this for a while. I think they were Stable Diffusion, probably. They might have been Midjourney, but I've seen things now that lead me to believe it's Stable Diffusion. So it's the way that these things spread is people take them out of their original context and they just re-upload it and they put their own spin on it, and then it goes around the world again and again and again. So I started with the images that you sent me from, I think, a TikTok video, and I put a few of those into a reverse image search in Google, and that gave me a clean version. And from there I started tracking and building a timeline of like, okay, when was this first posted? But I found the original source, and the original source, it seems, is an artist on YouTube named Edgar Reyes. I hope I'm pronouncing his name right, and he admits to it in a video on his channel and a video on another channel that it's kind of a long interview about how he did it and why he did it. He considers himself an artist too, and he makes a lot of the same points that I've been talking about already, about sort of like using the tools for creative exploration. Later on, they get reposted in the next week or two onto archive.org to make it look like it's a historical document. Suddenly, there starts to be a bunch of Russian websites that picked up those images. There's one that is like a sort of a Russian version of 4chan that seems to be one of the big like places where it started to propagate. And then from there it goes to a number of other Russian websites that in my digging I found were publicly linked to independent outlets that I looked at that covered that site where it got reposted to, and those images got at that point recontextualized by whoever wrote that article in Russian, with a bunch of new talking points and new ideas that are not at all contained in the original video. The original video is just images and music. And then from there, it appears that it got translated into at least 3 other languages: Czech, Slovak, Lithuanian. Oftentimes in this kind of investigation, you never really know what the ground truth is. But I think in this case, it seems pretty conclusive that they were made by an artist using AI. And then after that, they get picked up and repurposed by other actors, especially also on sites like Rumble and Odyssey. And you see there's a lot of copies of it on YouTube too now, from different accounts, but it's like after it leaves the original creator's account, it just gets like reposted and reposted and reposted endlessly. Yeah, I mean, it sucks, and if it was my images being used that way, I would be mad, and I would try to take action. What I would probably do is I would file DMCA copyright claims against people using the images, first of all, without my permission, but more importantly,
We had a much longer interview with Tim that didn't need to go into this video because it's already long enough, but we had a wonderful conversation, and I asked him all sorts of questions about his opinion on AI as an artist and where he thinks the art world is going, and I put the entire interview on my second channel. So if you want to watch that, the link for that is in the description. He is a wonderful mind, and I think you should definitely listen to what he has to say. And if you're interested, I recommend you to support the man himself and check out his book. Link to that's in my description. If you spend $5 on coffee, you can spend $3 on a fun little book. I really enjoyed it. It reminded me a lot of Motel of the Mysteries, one of the books that I grew up reading. And it's really cool to see AI-generated imagery sort of supplementing a fiction book. The frustrating thing is when that art form is taken and bastardized by people like Philip. These artists are clearly not claiming that what they are creating is real, but it is so easy to just wipe the metadata from these images, throw it up on TikTok, and then regurgitate some bullshit. So kindly, Philip, to your claim that, Google will tell them that this is fake, I know that you're trying to discourage your, fans and viewers from doing their own research, but if it makes you feel any better, I don't think that it's AI because Google told me. I think it's AI because someone told me who does it for a living.
A lot of people argue these ancient ruins aren't real, and who knows, but you gotta keep an open mind, right?
Philip, there is a difference between keeping an open mind and just claim like you're encouraging people to keep an open mind when you spent the first half of the video talking about how they'll Google it and say that it's wrong like a bunch of fucking nerds. Maybe you should have Googled it, and then you wouldn't have had to make a video where you just said bullshit for 5 minutes. Okay, I've given you guys sort of the appetizer. You have a little bit of an understanding of who Philip is. So with this in mind, I think that this is an important point for us to talk more specifically about Philip's character.
Doubters will tell you these photos are fake because Google told them.
I want to preface this by reiterating something I said earlier. I don't think that this is who Philip actually is. I think that the version we are seeing of him is just as much of a caricature as any very similar to how I am in these videos, but I absolutely play to certain parts of my personality because that's the character that I am in front of the camera. And I think Philip is doing the exact same thing here. So all of that is to say that this is not me ragging on Philip as a person because I don't know Philip as a person. I only know this part that he is putting forward online. And frankly, I think this part that he's putting forward online is kind of a douche.
Let's take a second to get a few people mad out there with these photos of excavated giant bones found all over the world. Nah, bro, it's fake. Didn't you read that fact check article, bro?
There's something so poetic about watching someone who I feel like I helped out of a puddle of their own vomit in the teak basement say, "Didn't you read that fact check article, bro?" Do you remember that time when, was it like, Ted Cruz tweeted, "Don't listen to the science about climate change"? It's like that. If someone tells you something and then makes fun of everyone who would try and do their own research to prove them wrong, chances are they're lying to you. Philip kind of puts on this persona of being like the smug, cold, hard fact kind of guy. It's like, we're really gonna trigger some people today. He's the kind of guy who probably said that everyone was triggered a lot in 2016 and then just never really grew past it. He has a few videos where he toes the line of talking about, woke things. Frankly, it's just mega cringe, so I didn't include it in this video, but you kind of get the character that we're working with here.
Hey, yo, I gotta go. I've said too much.
And he also does that bullshit. Hey, yo, I gotta go. I've said too much. Philip, nobody gives a fuck. You're not gonna get fucking assassinated for talking about giants. Whoa, Milo, but you're coming down on him. You're trying to silence him. No, I'm not trying to silence him. I'm literally just trying to do his own research for him. Honestly, I don't want to silence Philip because the longer he does this, it's fucking job security. The nice thing about what I do for a living is that as long as there is stupid people, I can pay my fucking mortgage. So please, Philip, if there actually is a sniper trained on you right now, let me know and I will do everything I can to help because I got a water bill to pay.
All dismissed as irrelevant or flat out ignored by mainstream archaeology. We're fed the narrative that they were built as tombs for pharaohs.
As you won't be surprised, he uses a lot of language like this. Mainstream archaeology. We are fed the narrative. You can tell that this is a guy who, you know, watched Ancient Apocalypse once and then probably watched Graham Hancock on Joe Rogan, and that's the research that he's done into archaeology. And so because he's gaining for, which is absolute bullshit. And I want to make clear that I'm a firm believer that you don't even need a degree in archaeology to call yourself an archaeologist. It's high time that academia moved past needing to spend thousands of dollars to get a piece of paper to say that you like something. But the difference between studying archaeology your whole life and calling yourself an archaeologist even though you don't have a degree, and what these people are doing, is that these people are speaking like they are an authority figure in archaeology. Like they know better than archaeologists. Now, I actually do have postulate his theories and, you know, actually try and back them up with evidence. I don't think his evidence is very good, but at least he's engaging in the scientific method. At least he's trying to play the game, you know? Now, Philip here is not doing any of the extra legwork. He's not really adding anything to the conversation. He's just sort of boiling down all the talking points and then reciting them in 6 minutes, which there's nothing wrong with. I mean, it's kind of what every influencer does, isn't it? But you kind of miss out on all the nuance, and instead all you get is like a frat bro talking about how mainstream archaeology is trying to silence us. So as much as I don't want to be a gatekeeper of archaeology, Philip, I'm gonna assume you have a business degree. You can be as interested in archaeology as you want, but don't fucking talk about what mainstream archaeology wants you to think.
To which modern Egyptologists claim these handles were used with ropes to pull jars. They're just...
People who actually study ancient Egypt for a living say it's this? They're just getting desperate at this point.
Which was later dismissed as an ancient sloth? Like, come on, they're just making shit up at this point.
That skeleton of a giant ground sloth is a giant ground sloth? They're just making shit up. Philip, you could make your caricature anything you want. Why'd you have to make your caricature a dumbass? Like, really, I don't know what other terms to put it in. Philip, you don't look like you're some mega intelligent critical thinker by looking at a giant sloth skeleton and saying that they're making it up. You kind of just end up looking like a goober.
But apparently, that was just the tip. And if you know me, I do not like just the tip.
You know what, Philip? Abrasively straight.
Pyramids. Don't y'all get a little half chub when I talk about them? Cause I sure do.
No, Philip, I don't get a little half chub. I'm fully fucking erect. See, this is how you can tell this guy doesn't have a degree in archaeology. He only gets a half chub when you talk about pyramids. Me, I gotta go change.
To exist on Earth, then this will change your mind and blow it at the same time.
So Philip puts a lot of like weird sexual innuendos in his videos. I don't really know why this is. I have some respect for it because like it engages with the audience, which is cool, I guess. But I mean, do you really want a video of yourself online saying something about getting a half chub with a pyramid? I guess I actually did just say something a lot worse.
Fully fucking erect.
Who the fuck am I kidding? It's not like I'm getting hired after having this job anyway.
I'ma give it to you raw. 10 undisputable facts that absolutely double penetrate pyramid deniers.
Dude, what the fuck? I would give anything to read a psychological evaluation of Philip Ziba. At least that's probably the first time that sentence has ever been spoken. You got that going for you.
I spat 10 unbelievably raw facts about the pyramids in the previous video, which were all true, but of course the Google debunkers desperately tried to prove them wrong.
You guys catch that? Unbelievably raw facts that the Google debunkers desperately tried to prove wrong. We're bringing it all together now. We got smugness, we got generalization, we got sexual innuendos, and the last thing we got is the most important one, we got Google debunkers. Feels like I might be out there who's making some amazing debunking content.
Hello, my friend.
But he's a bit more anthropology focused. Me, my job is being a bastard. And whether or not I was the Google debunker before. It's a natural mountain formation caused through erosion. Well, that's a really good point. What if I said it in a really stupid voice? It's a natural mountain formation formed through erosion. Oh my God, it's actually wrong now.
So all the Google debunkers are quick to downplay any new evidence that comes up.
Google debunkers.
Aside of the pyramids, the Google debunker.
And Google debunkers.
Google debunkers. Google debunkers. Google debunkers. Google debunkers.
This guy drives me fucking Google debunkers. I'm gonna be honest. It's always fucking Google debunkers with this guy. Google debunkers this, Google debunkers that. I can't throw a stone without hitting a fucking Google debunkers. Oh, my old lady, the old ball and chain, the goddamn woman drives me fucking Google debunkers. Whew, it's cold in here, Jesus Christ. Oh my God, it has increased 4 degrees. That space heater is doing its best. You know what I need? I need a little pick-me-up, because now we're gonna be talking about ancient Antarctica on maps. Wow, it's fucking cold in here. Woo! All right, it's 1 p.m. somewhere. Interesting. And that is that there are ancient maps that depict Antarctica. And Philip was stoked about this. And so he made it all of our problem.
But even ancient maps painted Antarctica as green.
Philip,
fucking God. Depicted, is that your evidence? I'm gonna assume that you're using this as evidence for Antarctica being green because it's what you're showing while you're talking about it. How do I put this? What the fuck, dude? Okay, I need to see it on here. Believe it or not, the images that show up aren't actually on the screen. Look, Gianfranco, you can put any image up there right now and I won't know what it is. Wow, I have very strong feelings about this image.
But even ancient maps painted Antarctica as green.
Oh my God, you are fucking dense. Okay, no. That does not mean that Antarctica was green, Philip. That is not at all what that means. Let me make this full screen, what the fuck? Okay, why don't we extrapolate your logic here a little bit, Philip? So if we're looking at this map, which is from one of the earliest full atlases of the world, you can see that part of Africa is green, part of Russia is green, part of the Near East is, oh no, the Near East is red. Philip, you see where I'm going with this, right? This doesn't make any fucking sense. You know, when they color in like states on a map, them between each other, they use 3 colors to do this. It looks like they used yellow, green, and red. If the Antarctica was red, would you still be using this fucking map? It was most definitely not thought to be ice-free as recently as 6,000 years ago. I don't know who would ever make that claim. Do you have any idea how much the sea level would have been up drilling in Antarctica? You can find little gaseous bubbles trapped in the ice, which can tell us all kinds of horrifying things about our planet. Those ice cores have ice that can go back as far as 2.5 million years. Philip, where the fuck are you getting this number that there was no ice on Antarctica 6,000 years ago? How does that even make sense? 6,000 years ago was like the tail end of the last glacial max. Well, 10,000 years ago. It was like 20 to 10 that ended. But still, 6,000 years ago, the Earth was colder than it is now. Why would it have had no ice on it, and how would it have been completely covered in ice since then? What?
This map from 1513 by sailor Piri Reis shows a perfectly accurate coastline of Antarctica.
Philip. I get that you watched Ancient Apocalypse once, but the coastline of South America, it hooks in a weird way because someone was sailing around the continent with a fucking pencil and a piece of paper trying to draw it. They didn't have the luxury of the satellites that we have today that prove that Antarctica is not connected to South America. But Milo, how do you know? It might have been that way for some fucking reason. Well, if you actually read the Piri Reis map, it says on the part that should be Antarctica, the place with all the snakes. Now, I'll let you guess which one that sounds more like, Antarctica or, you know, the very hot, humid forests of South America. Just ridiculous. I do think it's very funny though, watching the do your own research crowd clearly have one source for all of their information and then just, you know, parroting it over and over again and clearly not doing any more digging into any particular topic.
This map connects South America to Antarctica, which it could very well be that over 10,000 years ago, these two continents were connected by a sheet of ice.
Okay, well, 2 things to note here. First and foremost, that is footage from Ancient Apocalypse. I think I rest my case. And secondly, what the fuck, Philip? I thought you said 6,000 years ago was ice-free.
Thought to be ice-free as recently as 6,000 years ago.
So 10,000 years ago, the ocean, the salt water between the tip of, you know, Antarctica and Terra del Fuego had completely frozen, but 6,000 years ago, it had all melted away. I'm gonna bludgeon myself over the head with this bottle so I can be thinking on the same level as you. What the fuck is this about? I think it's kind of interesting how these people will talk about ice. Ice has a really hard time of traveling across water, but it has a really easy time of traveling across land. The reason that the ice sheets got so far in North America is because, you know, they kind of came into northern Canada and then they could just traverse all that land coming down as well. So the Earth would have to be really fucking cold in order for an ice bridge to form over the sea and make it to the bottom of Terra del Fuego. You would need a really cold fucking planet to do that. And if you want to tell me that the planet went from being cold enough to have a ice bridge between Latin America and Antarctica 10,000 years ago to having no ice on the whole continent in Antarctica 6,000 years ago, and now there's ice there again? Philip, you gotta get your fucking story straight, bro. This doesn't even make sense.
Ciao, post-editing Milo here. I want to quickly add something about the glaciers that I forgot to mention in that part. The way that a glacier forms is not by just like rivers freezing and ice magically appearing. A glacier forms from layers upon layers of snowfall. So during an ice age, it's a lot colder, so a lot of the precipitation is snow instead of rain. And so as the snow piles up layer after layer, it eventually creates an immense amount of weight. And under all that weight, the snow is compressed into ice. This is why it'd be really hard for an ice sheet to connect Antarctica to Latin America, because the snowfall is ending up in the ocean, whereas in North America, the snowfall was landing on land, allowing the layers to accumulate and the glaciers to proceed much farther. Anyway, I just needed to come in to add that because I kept watching this video on the editing table, and every time I came to this part, I'm like, if I don't mention the part about the snowfall, it's not gonna make sense. Anyway, okay, that's all I have to say. It's a beautiful day. I'm going for a walk. Bye.
Also, when people talk about sea level rise from climate change, the place that all that water is coming from is seasonal, like ocean ice. There's not a land mass up there. And so because of that, all that ice is pretty much in water, and therefore the sea level is as high as it would be whether it was liquid or solid. But on the South Pole, because it's all on an actual landmass continent, all of that ice does not contribute to the height of the oceans. So if all the ice on Antarctica were to melt, the ocean level would rise a bunch. So this theory is predicated on the fact that pretty much 6,000 years ago, there were no ice caps. We would absolutely know if the sea level was like 300 feet higher than it is now. How much would that even be? How the fuck is the evidence for that?
We're supposed to believe ancient humans managed to find their way around every single continent in the world, even discovering the microscopic islands of the Pacific Ocean, and somehow they just fully skipped Antarctica even when it was a luscious green paradise?
Yeah, what a bunch of dumbasses. You can find the tiny Pacific Islands, like, that's kind of crazy, but you didn't even find Antarctica? God, ancient people were losers. You know what, Philip? That's a good point. I'll agree with that, but let's do a little critical thinking here. Humans were able to find the tiny Polynesian islands, which is a shot in the dark, and yet they did it. So do you think that it's more likely that people never found Antarctica, or if they did, they didn't fucking stay there? Philip, Antarctica is a terrible place. No human would want to live in Antarctica. The only people there are like researchers and shit. There's no plant, well, there's plants now, but that's a whole different conversation. Drinking to the downfall of humanity. I just read a great book called The Wager. It's amazing. It's about an English ship that gets shipwrecked like off the coast of Patagonia. It takes place in like the 1740s, and it talks about, you know, the journey around and what it's like actually traversing those waters. The waters around the Arctic are so fucking dangerous. There's no reason for people to want to go down there in wooden ships. I also think it's really funny that he says, why didn't we go there? Where conspiracy theorists get the whole Antarctica being ice-free thing was them vaguely remembering a book they read when they were a kid that talked about how during the late Cretaceous, the continent was near the equator, and it was also the warmest the planet has ever been, and so therefore there was like rainforests on it. But there are not rainforests now. The continent is now at the bottom of the planet, and we are at the end of an ice age. So we kind of missed the mark on that one. It's less of a matter of did people reach Antarctica, and more of a matter of if they did, they would have wanted nothing to do with it. It is a cold, barren, desolate place with almost no food. Parts of the year, there's literally no sunlight. There's no wood. Like, there's just no reason to be there. God, why didn't they colonize the worst place on the planet? Also, another kind of crazy thing that I learned is during the Cretaceous period, which is one of the warmest parts of the planet's history, the atmosphere had 1,000 parts per million of carbon. Now, during the 1800s, the atmosphere had about 250 parts per million of carbon, which is, you know, pretty low. That's why it's much colder. Do you want to know what the parts per million of carbon is in the atmosphere right now? For the woke media. You know, just keep consuming and consuming and consuming, and, you know, we can all dance on the grave of the planet later. Who gives a fuck?
Back in 1912, Captain Robert Scott led an expedition to the South Pole.
Oh boy, okay, Robert Scott. Well, you know what that means. It's time to talk about the Hollow Earth.
Heavily restricted tourist travel to the majority of Antarctica. For your own safety, of course.
Oh, of course. Of course they want people to be safe. Philip, would you go to Antarctica if you had the option to? Remember what I said earlier about how Antarctica is like the shittiest place ever? I don't think you would. I don't think that's a very nice place to go. I think that you would probably say, no, I'll stick to Aruba, thanks. Although I do have a weird hunch that you're Canadian, so maybe you would go there. I don't know. You have a little bit of a Canadian accent at times, and I don't know if I'm like reading into it wrong, considering you look like you're from like Dade County or something. But honestly, I respect a Canadian frat bro. We don't have enough of them. Oh, anyway, where the fuck was I going with that? Oh yeah, conspiracy theorists love to like paint this idea that it's like they're hiding something in Antarctica because they don't want you to go there. And most importantly, you can go there. There are tours to Antarctica. You can take a ship to Antarctica. I don't know why you'd want to, because it's fucking Antarctica. There's nothing there. It's just snow and ice in every direction forever. And when they say that they restricted travel there, they meant like, you know, individual travel, like personal travel to Antarctica. And of course they restricted that because it's so fucking dangerous. The ocean around Antarctica is the only like unobstructed like ocean current in the entire world, and it's freezing cold. If you guys have seen any videos from like the South Seas, like They didn't restrict it to cover up the Hollow Earth. They restricted it because people would fucking die going there.
While scouting, him and his crew stumbled on something that no one in the world would have ever expected. Discovers an enormous opening in the icy surface. Him and his squadron fly into it. They're surrounded by a luscious green landscape, seeing giant creatures roaming around him, and he's brought to a shimmering rainbow city. He's surrounded by these flying disc-shaped objects that lead him to the ground, and he's brought to a tall being called the Master.
Yup. Cap. No way. Bullshit. Absolutely fucking not. Now, I've come across this theory a lot, and you get a lot of these kind of TikTok conspiracy shills talking about how Admiral Byrd flew through the polar opening and into the Hollow Earth, and his findings were covered up. And I was curious about that, because I've heard a lot of people cite it, but I have no idea where it's from. So, in light of doing this video, I had to dig into it a lot. As far as I can tell, the source for the whole Hollow Earth theory and Admiral Byrd's trip is from this book. While here we have a reprint entitled just The Hollow Earth, the full name is ridiculously long. The full name of this book is, I'm gonna have to read it off my laptop because of how long it is, The Hollow Earth, the greatest geographical discovery in history made by Admiral Richard E. Byrd himself. Wow, that sounds like a reputable academic source, and you would be wrong. The book says that it's published by someone called Dr. Raymond Bernard. It was not published by a Dr. Raymond Bernard. That is a pseudonym. The actual author of this book is called Walter Siegmeister, and it was originally put into print in 1964. There are a few precursor Hollow Earth texts, but this seems to be like the one. This is where all the references to, you know, Byrd's expedition to the South Pole come into play. Now, what is hilarious about this book is it chooses to be wrong in a myriad of ways. One of them is that it gets the dates of Byrd's expedition to the South Pole wrong. It says that Byrd did his expedition in a year when he was actually in the North Pole, and then the author decided to just double down and say that the expedition he was talking about was a secret one that nobody knew about, which is a really weird way of covering your ass in a situation like that, but I respect the hustle. Now, I have to admit, I haven't read through this book cover to cover, because frankly, this video is already long enough, but I was thinking, if you guys would be at all interested, I'd be more than happy to read this and sort of do a bit of a book review and talk about all of these pages of bullshit. So let me know if that's something you'd be interested in. I'd be happy to do it.
Yup, it's the infamous Hollow Earth theory. And yeah, all of this is in his diary.
So Philip claims that all of this information is in his secret lost diary, something that was rediscovered by his son years later. Now, I did find some evidence of an actual diary left behind by Byrd, and in it had a smoking gun. In it, there was evidence that Byrd, in his flyover of the North Pole, flew into an opening in the Earth's core. No, there is no evidence of that. So you may be wondering, he's still referencing it, so where's that reference from? Well, I did some digging. That would be from this book, The Missing Diary of Admiral Richard E. Byrd, A Secret Expedition and Journey to a Paradise Inside the Earth. Now, this is, allegedly, a reprint of The Missing Diary, recreation of Admiral Richard Byrd's historic flight planned by the International Society for a Complete Earth. Readers of this diary who wish for additional information can send something to the Complete Earth Society located in Felton, California. So the scientific among you are now thinking, okay, we have a book that references the Lost Diary, and we have the Lost Diary itself. So that's pretty conclusive, right? Sort of. This was published in 1960. This diary was published in 1990. I can find no earlier reference to this diary or copy of the diary, but I do think it's worth noting that this entire diary looks like this and is printed in Comic Sans. Now, while it doesn't actually say the author on the cover for some fucking reason, this is by a guy named Tim Beckley. Tim Beckley appears to be an actor and a semi-prolific fiction writer. Here's... Oh, fuck, now I feel like an asshole. Why won't you go to the books page? Subterranean Worlds Inside Earth. MJ-12 and the Riddle of Hint. Prophet? Angels of the Lord, Expanded Edition, calling upon your guardian angel for guidance and protection. Huh. Kahuna Power, authentic chants, prayers, and legends of the mystical Hawaiians. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna trust anything about the mystical Hawaiians from a fucking dude named Tim Beckley. Okay, so long-winded way of saying I have no fucking idea what the story is here about this, this Lost Diary thing. It's clearly a bunch of bullshit exclamation points next to each other. I don't know, that seems a little unprofessional to me. Now, I'm not gonna go into all of these right now, but all of that is to say that there is absolutely no credible evidence to back up any of this. If you guys want me to do a video going over these books, I'd be... no, I'm not gonna say regret. So, if you want to see the...
And all the flying discs mentioned are also related.
Can't go a fucking minute without seeing one of those things. While his buddy's filling the fucking flying saucer with a cool mint zin in his mouth.
Apparently, Admiral Byrd really wanted to share these findings, but was ordered by the military to stay silent about it.
Wow, dude, that's fucking crazy. The military, they're lying to us, bro. Let's not talk about, you know, that the government's actually doing. Like, why do we have to make up things to get mad at the government for.
These giant holes have been reported to be seen at the poles on numerous occasions.
I like the images he shows here. The first one is like some sort of like glacial tunnel, but the second one is just the eye of a hurricane. You thought you could pull a fast one on me there, Philip. I know what a hurricane looks like.
In 1829, a fisherman named Olaf Janssen claims to have sailed through a polar opening and into the planet's interior, where he met a race of tall beings.
This is what I mean when I say that Philip yaps. That little clip right there saying that, you know, in 1880 something, a guy named this sailed into a place and met a bunch of giants, takes a handful of words and about 10 seconds to say. This is part of like a 6-minute video. But despite this video being 6 minutes, that's the only information you get on that topic. That's the only thing you hear about it. He doesn't tell you where he gets that information from. He doesn't give anything to back it up. He just states it like it's facts and keeps moving along. So, Philip, you are willfully misleading your audience here because you are providing information without telling them where it's from. Now, if you're citing like common knowledge, that's one thing. You don't really have to, you know, do a source for that. But you are making a really, really bold claim and not even doing the diligence of saying where it's from. So what is the story behind the guy who sailed into the polar opening? You know his name, you know the date he did it. That seems like you kind of have somewhere that you're basing that off of. Oh wait, you don't even tell us. Well, Philip, lucky for you, I have made this entire video where I do your job for you, so I'll tell you. That claim is from this book, The Smoky God: A Voyage to the Inner World. Introduction: The Smoky God: A Voyage to the Inner Earth is a classical fictional Hollow Earth adventure presented as a true account and first published in 1908. Do I even need to go on with this? This book is actually fucking great. It is like a fun, almost like a fairy tale. It is just a fantastical novel that is written as if it were true because they don't expect by saying this. I fear the seemingly incredible story which I am about to relate will be regarded as the result of a distorted intellect superseded possibly when madness so appealed to my imagination that all thought of an analytical criticism has been effectually dispelled. Philip, not only are you claiming that this is a real event that happened and not citing where it comes from, but you're also trivializing the actual book. This book isn't meant to be taken at face value. You're not supposed to have to make the decision of it's true or it's fiction. You're supposed to not think either. You're just supposed to read it and enjoy the story. Yes, at the end of the day, it is a fiction book. It says that. But even the author is sort of playing into this idea of, I am going to tell you a story and you're going to listen to it and you're going to have a nice time. No, I am an archaeologist. I'm not an English major, so I'm not going to go into a whole fucking analytical, you know, philosophical rant about what it means to misinterpret fictitious work. But there's a great story in here, a piece of storytelling that should be regarded with some amount of respect instead of just using bits and pieces of it to bolster your bullshit claims to 1.5 million people. So there you go, Philip. I got another free idea for you. Why don't you make something talking about this book? That would be kind of interesting, right? You kind of talk about, well, it says this, it says that, and the other thing. It's all from this. They say it's fiction, but like, what if, you know? I would even be okay with that. There you go. $1 million idea, Philip. Oh, man. Okay. I swear to God, it's getting colder in here. It is not. It's actually getting warmer in here. Okay. Okay, well, that's the end of Hollow Earth. Thank God. Which means now we get to talk about something really fun, like the pyramids in Antarctica.
Now we get to the Ellsworth Mountains in Antarctica. Okay, get your tinfoil hats ready for this one, because this satellite footage from 2016 shows what could be a pyramid buried in the South Pole.
Okay, I mean, I guess I'll give you some credit for could be. Everything could be fucking anything. It's just a matter of likelihood, isn't it? I've talked about this one so many times on short form that I'm not even gonna bother with it, but it is a mountain with glacially carved sides. You know, Antarctica being a continent completely covered in ice, this tends to happen. If you wanna look to another example, here's the Matterhorn. Sort of a similar shape. That's what happens when, you know, it's got glaciers running on all sides.
And even professors admit it. And obviously the Google debunkers will tell you, oh, it's a natural looking ass mountains are cut this perfect.
I don't know what kind of looking ass mountains are cut that perfect either, Philip. A glacial looking ass mountain is carved that perfect, Philip. I don't know what kind of looking ass mountain is carved this perfect. Why would there be a pyramid in Antarctica? Whoa. The UPS truck is here. That's exciting. That is almost so nice. I'm not even gonna bother. I am so stoked about the UPS truck being here that I'm even gonna talk about that pyramid anymore because frankly, it makes me wanna,
Okay, so this is a map of pyramids all around the world.
Oh, we're back to pyramids. I told you the pyramids were coming back. It's cold in here. I gotta put my foreskin on. Oh yeah. That's better. Dude, check this thing out. Isn't this fucking rad? Look at that. Shout out Zbosky Crafts on Instagram. Thanks for the foreskin, babe. blew out my candle to go eat lunch, and now my lighter doesn't work anymore. My life is in shambles.
Okay, so this is a map of pyramids all around the world, all allegedly built independently of each other and all having identical structures that follow this similar step pattern.
Do you see why I started this video by talking about hyperdiffusion? Philip, you said the same thing when you were talking about the anthropomorphic birds. You were like, they're identical. And I gotta ask, do you and I have the same definition of identical? Because neither these birds nor those pyramids are identical. They definitely have some superficial similarities, like they're both anthropomorphic bird people and the pyramids are all, you know, pyramids. But that's kind of where the similarities end, Philip.
Now I know, most historians will tell you, oh, it's just the easiest tall structure to build. It's human nature.
It's human nature. It's in our blood, baby. It's in my DNA. I will revert to pyramid. Yeah, I've actually never heard a historian say that it's human nature, but I do like that, actually. It's like how everything eventually evolves into a crab. Eventually, all humans will make a pyramid. It's something that we're just implicitly drawn towards. Now, Philip, I know you're saying this facetiously. Like, and historians want you to think X, Y, Z, but there's a reason historians think that. That's because it's the most likely option. So let's look a little deeper into these pyramids, shall we? So the pyramids all have sort of the same building components. Most of them are built out of stone. Some of them are built out of like earthen bricks. I don't think any of the ones he's showing are earthen, but most of them are built out of stone. When you're building with stone, there's only so high up you can go with it. While stone is really strong, it's really fucking heavy. And so you can really only build so many stories off the ground, especially without modern technology, before it becomes a problem. So the solution to that is if you want to build a really big structure out of stone, the base has to be substantially larger than the top. And that's why there's so many variations of pyramids. The classic, you know, pyramids at, at Giza, where it's just like increasingly smaller terraces built on top of each other. Well, both of those are pyramids. They're both kind of different. This is also where you can tell that Philip has no background in archaeology or anthropology and just listened to Graham Hancock once, because all of these pyramids built in different parts of the world have different purposes. The pyramids in Central and South America have staircases. They have about as many differences as you can possibly have for a structure and still call it a pyramid.
If it's so easy, why are our 21st century brains...
Honestly, that's kind of a self-read right there, Philip. I think you're the only one who's confused by this. The reason we haven't built any pyramids is not because we can't, it's because there's just, why haven't we? It's because we can't. It's a matter of why haven't we? Because why the fuck would we? We have no purpose for them anymore. Our culture does not demand pyramids.
A nearly identical look, yet built by completely different cultures with zero contact among each other and thousands of kilometers apart. And the pointy Egyptian pyramids look much different than all the other step shapes.
Say the tip is enough. No more. We don't need any length or otherwise accoutrement to the tip.
We got way more lesser known pyramids even older than the Egyptian ones that ain't even standing anymore. Like the Gunung Padang temple in Indonesia. Doesn't look so hot now, but used to be a step pyramid.
Piece of evidence number 36 that Philip watched Ancient Apocalypse once and decided to make it his entire personality. No, it doesn't. I know Graham Hancock said it was, but you don't have to listen to him, buddy. You can think for yourself. If this constitutes a pyramid, then large coverage to a mainstream audience was from Ancient Apocalypse, because now it does shit like this. We can't even recognize the actual cool, historical facts about this. Or like a teak kind of guy.
At least that's what they thought, until a more recent radiocarbon analysis shows that the lower parts of this temple go as far back as 28,000 years.
Good conclusive archaeological evidence coming out of Gunung Padang. And it's been made even more difficult by the release of Ancient Apocalypse, because it's muddied the waters so much that we don't even... Smoking gun. Okay, pause. What is a radiocarbon date? Well, it comes from natural material, ash, wood, bone, etc. Actually provided any sort of evidence that humans habitated the site at that time. Inhabited the site at that time. Getting a radiocarbon date from 30,000 years ago is as hard as going to a place that has had forest for more than 30,000 years and digging a hole. So don't let people like this fool you by saying radiocarbon dates to 30,000 years ago, because that doesn't really mean that much. Proof of human habitation and a radiocarbon date are evidence that people were there. A radiocarbon date is evidence that a leaf fell there at some point. Now, do I personally believe that humans inhabited this part of Indonesia 30,000 years ago? Abso-fucking-lutely. We have extensive genetic evidence to know that that is the case. Do I think that there is sufficient evidence to say that the pyramid of Gunung Padang was built 30,000 years ago? I currently do not think so. Okay, so Philip's weird hyperdiffusion pyramid ideas aside, we now have to move on to a video of his that, in my opinion, is the single most egregious pseudoscience video I have ever seen in my entire life. It is one that is...
I've been using Grammarly for 3 years, and I can't imagine my work life without it. Grammarly is an AI writing partner, and unlike other AI
Hello, everyone.
Why is my voice so low?
My friends, it's time again that we investigate my fellow colleagues. I can for sure tell you that nobody in this video will know that I am their colleague, but I know they are my colleagues. Technically. Can you even say that? I don't know. Once this was a V for Villain and Vincent. Now it's just a W. If you see messy bangs and if you see a white hair peeking through, keep it. That's your knowledge. A secret that we will not tell anyone, okay? Today we're gonna take some time to investigate some influencer food products again. I've done this before and it was definitely an experience. It's just so trendy for influencers to release food products, especially drinks, at least in Germany. But I saw that internationally it's actually a bit more variety, a bit more creativity maybe even. I found products for this video that, first of all, I didn't know the influencers. I obviously also didn't know that they made products. I think we just need to figure out if it's any good because let's be honest here, it's rare that an influencer that an influencer food product is actually good. No shade. Maybe shade. There's no shade to be taken for anyone in this video. It's just my honest opinion. That's my opinion! If the product is good, I will be happy about it. If it's bad, you will know it. Yeah. What if one day I will release a food product and it's bad? That won't happen. Don't worry, guys. I will not release a product that's bad. You can trust me. I don't think I will ever release a food product. If you want to test out my perfumes, you can actually buy them. Never say never. Maybe I will get onto that path and then you can rip me apart. Because I will be ripping apart the products in this video. Let's just get right into it. We're gonna start with sweet. Oh, with this phone case and these nails. Got this track is it's from Ryan Trahan. If you don't know him, he is an American YouTuber. I actually filmed a video inspired by one of his ideas, which was testing banned kids toys. Stop it, stop it, stop it. So I do know his videos and I have to say I really like his videos. He puts a lot of effort into them and it's just very creative, so I really like his content. And I also saw that he advertises this candy brand, Joyride. Joyride! I mean, their slogan is literally Joyride Uncommon Candy. It doesn't look that uncommon to me. Look, there he is. Hey, Ryan. Howdy, partner. What's up? Back in 2022, our founder Tyler Merrick set out to create better for you candy that's plant-based, low sugar, and non-GMO. What's that? Non-greasy, malnourishing oats. Fast forward to 2024, YouTuber and former D1 athlete Ryan Trahan joined the crew as co-owner. Made with real ingredients. That means no junk, no fake colors, and less sugar than the leading brands. It's not no sugar, it's low sugar. You can only order it in quite high packages, like either 6 or 10 packages. I forgot about that. That's so much. I see right now that they actually also have this Joyride Bestsellers Variety 6-pack. They didn't have that when I ordered. So, fuck me, I guess. I had to order 6 of each and then different flavors, you know? So I ordered so much of this shit. I mean, I don't know if it's shit yet, but low sugar already sounds bad to me. Also, an issue was that they don't even ship to Germany. Also, you can only pay via credit card. Now they have my credit card info. Also, I've heard the sucks and they actually had to rethink everything and make new candy. The people weren't so happy with the taste. So I'm pretty sure that what we have now is their new formula, their new products. I ordered 3 different flavors, so I have a total of 18 packs of candy here. If this doesn't taste good, I have a problem. So 6-pack of these is $30. One costs $5. Soluble corn fiber, enriched wheat flour, cane sugar, allulose, glycerin, water, natural flavors, sunflower lecithin, fruit and vegetable juice for color, citric acid, coconut oil, sodium citrate, malic acid, fumaric acid, tartaric acid, steviol glycosides. Doesn't sound too bad, but also I don't know a lot of these words. At least they're plant-based, which is not really hard to do for candy like this. It seems to be like a good idea. It seems to be like a good thing. Now it's just important that it actually also tastes good because I paid a lot of money for it. We're gonna start with a classic, which is the classic strawberry twist. I also love strawberry, so I have high hopes. Oh, they're so small. I'm just hiding it behind my nail. There's a hole in there. Rip off. That's really not good. It doesn't really have lots of flavor. I'm just thinking, you can really taste the 70% less sugar. You can taste that. These suck, and I'm very sorry to say that. Just because these are bad doesn't mean everything is bad. So we're gonna try these ones next. Sour strawberry ropes. Sour might mask any other flavor that's in there. How am I supposed to take that out? It looks like bacon. This does not look like the packaging. I mean, maybe they were squished in there. It kind of looks like they were because the white is just coming out, but I feel like that should not happen. This is bacon. This one looks the best. Oh, it's chewy. So these ones, 100% much better than the first ones. They just look questionable. It's not really about the looks, it's about the taste. So I do like these. I will be able to actually eat them. The first ones I won't. The aftertaste is horrible. Then we also have a sour watermelon wedgies. 80% less sugar even. That scares me. They're actually much smaller than the other ones. And there was still $30. And there's less in there. Okay. I can't get them out! They're supposed to look like this, but they look like this. I just want to spit it out. Anybody want one? Here, you can have it. I'm gonna be honest, I spat that one out. I'm usually not the type of person to spit food out because I think it's just way too dramatic. Why don't you just swallow it, then it's gone? But this one wasn't even worth putting it into my body. That was vile. I feel so bad for saying it. I'm so sorry, but how can you make these sour, bitter? Then you have the sweetener taste again, but you don't really have a sweet taste. Like there's literally no sweetness in those. This is like a day and night, Ryan. And also with the thought in mind that these are already the ones that are better than the first drop. I don't like them. The sour strawberry ropes were okay. They were even good, I might say. The other two products were really not good. You could believe me on this one. One more thing before we carry on. I opened this one up. There's ones that look more like the picture. It's just, this is what they should look like, and this is what they are. I can't... I want to spit it out, but I can't because it's just stuck back there. I can't get it out. I don't want to eat this. How do I get it out? I want to have this in my body. It's everywhere. Why did I eat this? Maybe that's how they make their candy. It doesn't taste good, but as soon as you have it in your mouth, you can't even spit it out because it's so sticky. People love it. Yeah. They will never stop eating it. If you see green or red on my teeth, there's nothing I can do about it. So let's carry on. Joy Ride. Oh, chili. I actually have another candy brand because I also wanted to compare this next one to the one I just tested. And it's by Call Me Chris and it's called sour.gg. Looking at the website, it looks like a fever dream. I have to say, it looks really funny though. A bit scary. Eee, there's still watermelon on my fingernail. Turn the camera off. It has quite of a caricature vibe. Did I say that right? That was such a hard word. But I really love it. I love the style of it. So cute. I don't know how old the brand is, but I know that Chris, in this case, is definitely the brand owner. I was able to buy the packs individually and didn't have to buy a 6-pack. But it was also quite expensive. €5.91. A little bit more expensive than Joyride. The shipping was quite expensive, but that's always the case if you have an American website. Taste, flavoring, and dye from natural sources. They don't claim to have like 70% less sugar, which actually makes me think that these might be a bit better because you need sugar in those. It's just, you need it. I need it. I think first off, we should try this guy. Look, he loves us. I really love the packaging. It's so fun. It feels weird, but I like that. And I can already see that they're not sticking together. This is how they should look like. They shouldn't stick together and melt together. It's very sour. It's good though. And here we have peach, cherry, and what? My bangs are so long, but they're actually way too short. Funny thing that is. Sugar, corn syrup, potato starch, fruit purees, malic acid, fumaric acid, citric acid. That's the same like in the other ones. Hydrogenated soy and or sustainable palm kernel. Call me a sweetener hater. I don't care. I don't drink stuff with 0 sugar. I'll try this one now. Well, that's cherry. Cherry's actually quite sweet, even though it's still sour. How will I get watermelon? Is this a redemption? It's okay. In general, they are good. I like these. I think Vincent will also like these. Vincent loves sour. He's my sour boy. Apparently, they have different coatings. This one has a fruity rainbow. The only difference is the coating. They're way more vibrant. Oh. Much different. Okay. Oh. Who would have thought? Oh. Okay. I do like the other ones better though. I do love rainbows, don't get me wrong. But apparently the Sunshine Punch coating is my thing. I also have this. It's a shark. Pink Splash Ocean Edition. Sounds good to me. Pink lemonade and blueberry. Oh, that's huge. Quite hard to get out of there, but it's a huge swirl. How do we eat this? Oh, that's a mouthful. Why did I take such a big bite? Not a big fan of these, because the longer I chew on it, the more it tastes like cardboard. I'm not a big fan of these ones. They're still better than the Joyride twists. I have another one of these ropes. Watermelon, melon, and lime. Maybe I just didn't like the pink lemonade flavor. It's actually kind of pretty. Oh, the sound. It reminds me of vacation. Oh, I lost my wallet. Ugh. The food at my hotel is also bad. Ugh. I missed the flight back. Ugh. Why is it turning into detergent? Ugh. It literally tastes like soap. Ugh. These might be as bad as the Joyride twists. Oh, I'm so sad because it gradually declined. It started off so well, but it ended with these. Who approved of this flavor? I'm done with it. I need vacation, but a good one. Hello? Just sitting there purring. I love you so much. Isn't it? I'm gonna do that with Top of the Morning Coffee by James Charles. Jacksepticeye. I'm sorry.
Top of the morning, you ladies. My name is James Charles.
I can't believe I haven't tested Top of the Morning Coffee yet. Jacksepticeye's coffee just really went past. I did not expect this. It just went past me for some reason. It looks similar to Chamberlain coffee, but they have quite crazy flavors. Strawberry crumble flavored coffee, birthday cake flavored coffee, French vanilla flavored coffee, vanilla chai tea, peppermint tea, orange blossom oolong tea. They have tea? I didn't even see that when I ordered. What the fuck? Yeah, I wish I ordered some tea. I love my tea. Chocolate matcha mix? I don't know if I can trust matcha mixes. They can be good, but most of the times they're not. They have a lot of mugs. Mugs are my favorite dish. Oh, they also have hot cocoa. Peppermint? Oh, no. I kind of want to try all of it. I missed the tea, unfortunately, but I definitely need to try their hot chocolate. I'm very curious about that. I did order the birthday cake coffee. I have no idea what this will taste like. I feel like birthday cake is such a Americanized flavor, but we don't have those things in Germany. Let's make some coffee. So this was something I didn't really anticipate that I would have to do this. Does smell like coffee, but also sweet. Is that the birthday cake in there? Do you see the birthday cake? How do you put birthday cake in coffee beans? Here it is. Looks like birthday cake. I'm gonna put a little bit of oat milk.
You just busted a nut.
I don't drink my coffee black. It looks so creamy, but that might also be Vincent's coffee machine. Coffee break. It's not sweet. Cake flavor is very overpowering. I would usually also put some sugar in there. I just didn't want to falsify the taste. This is not how I would usually drink my coffee. I'll give this to Vincent.
It's not even my birthday. It's so sweet. Oh. Love flavored water.
I mean, usually you drink espresso.
Espresso.
So maybe you're just not used to it being diluted down to a big cup of coffee. Because I personally think it tastes like coffee.
But it does have some sort of sweet.
Yeah, it's not
syrupy.
sweet, but there's something.
Yeah, there's the flavor in there. Actually, yeah, vanilla.
They also have a vanilla flavor, so I don't know what the difference is. So I would say, listen to Vincent because he's the coffee expert. But
I'll give another review once I'll try an espresso version of this.
Should I make you one?
Oh, right now?
Yeah, maybe tomorrow.
Tomorrow. This is my favorite coffee.
Tell them the truth.
The flavor is still nice. It's just somehow, even if I try and make a normal coffee or espresso, obviously these aren't espresso beans, but a very strong coffee with it, somehow it tastes super watery. I don't know why. But I like the vanilla flavor. It's fun.
Thanks for your honest feedback. Something that I can for sure say is that it is just like this soft hint. Yeah. But now I want to try their hot chocolate. Maybe I can't judge coffee, but what I can for sure judge is hot cocoa. And this is apparently absurdly good hot cocoa. Rich, smooth, and velvety doubled. That's definitely a bit more my thing. I love a good hot choc. It tastes like I didn't put enough, but I'm sure that this is enough. Like, it's brown. It's just not super flavorful. There's an amazing, so this is what I'm comparing this to. No chance. It's not hitting, I'm sorry. But we have one more product from Top of the Morning Coffee. The absurdly good matcha. Obviously, this is instant matcha, basically. I'm not judging this too hard, but obviously, you know, I do make my own matcha with normal matcha powder and just the whole process of frothing it up. And, you know, so this feels like it's beneath me. I do like me an instant matcha here and there. Like, I like it too. It's not the cute way, not the traditional way, but it works. This has a strawberry matcha flavor, which is crazy. Well, you know, what I also wanted to do is I want to compare this to Emma Chamberlain's matcha. And this is vanilla matcha and it's actual matcha. This is ceremonial matcha. So I don't even know if we could compare this one-on-one because obviously there's a big difference between ceremonial matcha and instant matcha. We're going to have that in mind and we're just going to see if it tastes good. What I also bought from Chamberlain Coffee is Blue Matcha Latte with oat milk. Why is there oat milk in there? How is there oat milk in there? Crazy. They dyed this with butterfly pea flower powder. So it's blue matcha, which is quite fun. So I also wanted to try this. I will do exactly what the instructions say on the packaging, which is rare for me. 8 ounces of milk. And then you're supposed to not do this. 30 seconds. Am I making matcha right now? It's definitely getting really frothy. Wow, come through, foam. So I'm gonna make my matcha like I usually do it. The only difference is I'm gonna use an electric whisk because Emma Chamberlain actually does that with her matcha. Just something that I immediately noticed was that the color of the matcha is not super vibrant. Could also be because the matcha is infused with vanilla. Maybe that makes the green not so green. I bought these from Chamberlain Coffee. They are so cute. It's giving Nana vibes. There's sugar in there. So we're not straining this one. We're just gonna put 2 tablespoons apparently. That's weird. The color. I made all 3 matchas now. This is our first matcha. I never drank matcha out of a shaker. If this tastes good, this is a good, quick, easy way. Just by the looks of it, I would say the Chamberlain matcha looks much better. The strawberry glasses are a big plus. Let's first start with our protein matcha. I also didn't put any sweetener, any syrup into these, like none of it. I just wanted to taste it bland and then I can add it later, you know? Huh, it's much better than I expected. See, this is very overpowering, so maybe you want to do it with almond milk or normal milk. You do taste the strawberry. I don't hate it. I do not hate it. And it's also very frothy. Now let's try this one. This is basically like I drink my normal matcha and I usually always add a little bit of maple syrup. I'm gonna assume that this is not sweet enough, but let's try. Yeah. I mean, some people like their matcha without sweetness in it, I don't know. But I do like me some maple syrup and cream. I also have to mention that I am a warm matcha drinker. I wanted to compare all of them, so I didn't want to make some warm and some hot, so I just made them all cold. I just taste the oat milk. Also not bad, but where's the vanilla? It's a little sweet. Pure cane sugar, oat milk, whole wheats, filtered water, acacia, matcha tea, and natural flavor. A lot of stuff in there. From Shizuoka, Japan. Sounds like it's legit matcha. You can definitely taste that this one is sweetened. You don't need to put anything in it. I like it though. The more I drink it, the more I like it. Definitely a quick and easy way, not the traditional matcha way, but it definitely still tastes like matcha and like strawberry. It's already sweet. You don't need to add anything. This was very, very quick to make. This one is more of a classic way, very matcha-y matcha. From Japan, Ceremonial matcha, the classic matcha way. And I also think it tastes good. I'm surprised by this one. Technically, this is also kind of like an instant matcha. It really irritates me that I love the sweetness. It's a perfect amount for me. It's naturally blue. This one works really well with the oat milk, like it's not too overpowering. But they will all not bad, just different. Try this.
What is this mug?
Isn't it super cute?
I love tomatoes.
Welt hat so ein Glas.
Christmas flavored black tea?
It is matcha, vanilla matcha, with oat milk vanilla sweet. Next, we're gonna try oats.com. Was created by Yuna, the founder of Feel Good Foodie, a website dedicated to healthy-ish recipes. She actually looks really nice and cute. But what I do have an issue with is that she sells oats for $12. These ones you can also only order to the US. I don't know, I always had a problem with instant oats that you buy. It's literally just oats with a few other ingredients that are not even that much because scam. So this is obviously very easy to make. If you've ever made overnight oats, you know how it works. Mix your oats with milk. Some do it with water, some psychopaths. Before I try them in the morning, let's just real quick see what's inside. I did order the crunchy dark chocolate overnight oats, and in there is oats, cocoa powder, cocoa nips, cocoa nut, dehydrated dates, and sea salt. That's what makes it $12. Oh, in the maple roasted almond overnight oats, it's even less. Is it cheaper then? No, it's also $12. Guys, it's so overpriced. It's crazy. Let's just try. Here's my overnight oats. Actually, not a lot. Do you know what I also realized when I prepared this? You have 6 servings in this. For $12, this is the serving. I don't think I have to comment on that. I mean, it's good. I will eat this in like 30 seconds and then I'm still hungry. You can literally just buy normal oats for 5% of the price. Put some cocoa powder, honey. I really don't want to hate on this gal, but this is kind of a ripoff. So next, we're gonna try Pizza-Fi. Pizza-Fi is vibes. Oh, he's also actually done a collab with Mr. Beast. I'm just not into the world of American made. Add Pizza-Fi to mystery. Wanted to one mystery item. Wanted to one mystery item. And apparently the mystery item was crickets. I never saw it with my own eyes, but that's what the list said. Germany does it with my Taobao products. So it was because of these crickets. It went back to the US. To this day, nobody knows where this package is. It was a bit difficult to be in contact with Pizza-Fi. It was just, I'll order again, and then I just tell them not put the crickets in there or another mystery item. So I placed this order and immediately emailed them, please don't put the crickets in there, otherwise I can't ship it to my country. Guess what they put in there? I don't know, maybe they never saw it, maybe they do. Everybody cares about crickets. FedEx still let it be shipped to me. It was just much of a hassle because they needed so many documents. And so I also paid 60 euros for them to just take it out. And then I paid 200 euros because it had to go to another department. This was just a very expensive order. It looks so dangerous. I can't believe I have it now. So here we have the sauce. Yeah, Cheez-Its, Pringles, Duckies. Huh? The crickets are in here. What did they take out then? I'm so confused. There's actually a lot that's not in there. According to the website, there should be 2 Pizza-Fi bottles. I only have 1. Slim Jim Sticks. I don't have that. But that's meat, right? Like beef jerky, something like that? Maybe they took that out because it was meat. That was the issue. Not the crickets, because luckily the crickets I have, the kit includes 2 Pizza-Fi bottles and I just have 1. This is the main product. They can't just forget to put 1 in there, right? Let's just try this goddamn sauce. Gluten-free, vegan, made with real tomatoes from California. Ingredients are water, tomato paste, olive oil, balsamic vinegar, salt, white vinegar, inactive yeast, dried garlic, spice, citric acid, sodium benzoate, and potassium sorbate. That's why we created Pizza-Fi, the boss of all sauce. To turn literally anything into pizza. Don't believe us? Try it. Okay. It's very acidy. Pirate chips. I like these. Just don't know if I like it with the pizza sauce. I'm single as a Pringle. Mmm, that's a good combo. I have to eat another one. But the vinegar and there really... I don't really think it tastes that much like pizza because it's way too vinegary for a pizza. I wonder if I put it on the dried pineapple chunks, if it's gonna taste like Pizza Hawaii. That is just dried pineapple? Maybe this actually tastes good on actual pineapple, but with this one, I don't know, it's just way too sweet. Chalky. Now it's like super spicy, super vinegary, all at once. Not a good mix. Banana chips. No. That's a horrible combo. Why would you put this in there? I guess the last thing that we need to try, the crickets. Peel here.
Do I look like I can peel stuff?
I can't believe that I thought it's about the crickets the whole time, but it was about the beef jerky. I'm sorry, guys. I thought you were the problem. You know what? I'm just gonna scoop them out with the spoon. Cheers. Yeah, that works. The crickets definitely let you taste the sauce the most, but I have to say, it can get a lot quickly. I mean, the description also says that you get 2 bottles, and if that's the case, then I think the price is fine. I mean, $50 is still a lot, but I've never seen anyone make a product like this. It's a very fun idea, and it's also fun to just try these different snacks with it. They already ship the snacks that you can try with it. It's definitely fun if you want to spend that much money on fun. And now I'm thirsty. So of course we're gonna try energy drink, my favorite. It's very popular in Germany to make drinks, to make iced tea, energy drink, because it's by a very popular streamer here in Germany, Montana Black. Don't know him, but I think he's one of the most successful influencers / streamers in Germany. And he made an energy budget. I wish I could just go into this, not judging prematurely, but the thing is, I don't really like energy drinks, so it sets me up a little bit. It sets Montana Black up a little bit, but I'm still gonna give it a chance because, you know, it just belongs into the genre. I have here Arctic Ice flavor. Oh, it's actually blue. But then as soon as I swallow, you taste the sweetener again. I think that's my biggest issue with energy drinks. How can people ignore this taste of sweetener? The first 1 second, I liked it. That's a good verdict for energy drink, believe me. This one's blueberry coconut, if you can't tell. That tastes exactly like body lotion. Listen, I would never drink a whole can of these. I would rather die. Still, it really isn't as bad as I expected, because I've heard worse about these drinks. Who am I to judge this anyway, because other people like it? Hey, cool, it's inverted. It's still unnecessary. Cute. I mean, I don't even mean to like shade them. It's just not my type of content. Maybe because I'm ugly. I couldn't make this type of content, even if I wanted to. That's the Elevator Boys, and apparently they made cereal. This brand, Holy, it already exists. This is not their brand, but they made this specific flavor with Holy. The flavor is Bio-Zimtschnecken, which means organic cinnamon rolls. 79% whole wheat, 37% less sugar. Oh. Elevate your breakfast. I also like the packaging. Just this little monkey. That's them. That's kind of cute. Bro. How much was this? $4.39. I mean, obviously, if it's organic, then it's always a little bit more expensive, but... I think they could have put a little bit more date syrup. I think these just taste like whole wheat bread with cinnamon sprinkled on it. I don't know if I can speak for everyone in this room. I don't like them. They're not disgusting though. I think if you're not used to so much sugar, or you do like it less sweet and very whole wheaty, you might like them. That was this video. I tried not to be too shady. I tried to give it an objective review. Maybe you might like some of these, but maybe you find yourself in the way that I eat and you know that you won't like it either. What? Don't forget to follow me on all of my social media, which is Naomi John on
Instagram,
Naomi John on
TikTok,
and also Naomi John on
Spotify.
No, I'm just kidding. I love all of it. Love it. Ooh, thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Oh, I need to calm down, man.
Brand new.
Boy.
Hello everyone. Hello. It's time for a very serious video. This video will be about my favorite person in the world, Hello Kitty. Yes, she's a person. Did you not know? She's actually not a cat, but I also refuse to believe that. So we're just gonna pretend she's a cat. This video is maybe a little bit unconventional. Well, not for me, but it might be a bit random to some peoples. If you know my channel, this is not random at all. You never know. Maybe you don't know me. Hello, I'm Naomi John, and I am obsessed with Hello Kitty. I hereby confess my obsession. It has become quite an unhealthy obsession, and this video might help or make it even worse. I don't know yet. I just made it my mission to find every single Hello Kitty item in this world. I did find a lot of them for this video. Of course, I also have a lot of them in private. I got inspired to do this video because I found certain products from the Collude Her Friends. They just belong to Hello Kitty like Kitty belongs to Hello. What I want to start with is a product I bought in the Hello Kitty Cafe in Brighton last year.
I want everything.
It's this, a little makeup bag with eyeshadow in it, nail polish, I think. It looks more promising than it is. That's actually it. There's also a nail file in there, but what am I gonna do? Nail my files? But it's definitely absolutely adorable. This is just what we need to start this video with. We could also test out the eyeshadow, because I'm not wearing eyeshadow. Also, great ASMR bag. I love that. Unfortunately, the heart is a little deformed. Wow, paper! It's a bit cheap looking, still cute. Obviously my favorite is Hello Kitty, but I also really like My Melody recently. Maybe it's because she's pink. Maybe you don't even know who that is. Maybe you're like, I don't even know who Hello Kitty is. Do I need to tell you? No. Everybody knows what Hello Kitty is, right? She's a cat, not a person. That's all we need to know. This little guy is Cinnamoroll. This is My Melody, and this is Kurumi. I feel like Kurumi is a little bit more for Purin Chin Chin, Chirin Poon, Purin Poon. What's his name? Rompopo? I don't remember. Oh my god, I'm so sorry for all his stands. I'm sorry. I don't know him. Rompopo? I think there's a lot of Hello Kitty lore because there was an animated series about Hello Kitty. You probably know a lot about her if you watched that. And also I think there's like a Nintendo Switch game now, and I was wondering if I should buy it. Anybody played it yet? Is it good? Here are our products. It's literally 3 nail polishes.
Nice.
Hey, the colors in the eyeshadow palette are exactly the colors from my wig. Oh my god, there's also this in there. So professional. I have a feeling it's not gonna be so good. Jesus, the plastic just made a noise. Oh, gave me a heart attack. We're gonna go for pink. Slay. It's actually like a little bit more glittery product. It actually imitates your finger quite well, and I think the finger is the best thing to apply shimmer products. Don't throw them away. You might want to use them for shimmer products. There's a soft little shimmer on my eyes now. Nobody expected this, but it happened. Let me see if I can also apply some of the yellow. You can actually see it. Wait, why is this working better than I thought? This isn't even meant to be good makeup. Why is it actually working so well? Now the blue. Huh? I like this. Actually really cute. I love that it's just like a little shimmery and that it's working with my wig so well. I like this. Palette of the year. I don't know if I would use any of these shades individually, but I love how well they're working together. Who made this? Here are my 3 new gorgeous nail polishes. Ugh, my finger in something. Maybe it's the blue one. The blue one is the better one. Oh, I think maybe they're just dried. Do you see this? My guess would be this is children's makeup and they really did not care. Doesn't even smell like nail polish. Doesn't even dry down. Maybe it's for your lips and they just put it in there and I thought it was nail polish. What is this product? I need to find out. Water-based nail polish. What is water-based nail polish? The palette? I don't hate it. Obviously it's still children's makeup, but no, it's Naomi makeup. I'm glad I finally got to test out my souvenir from the Hello Kitty Cafe in Brighton. Now we're definitely gonna get into the more serious part of this video. A whole package full of Hello Kitty Sanrio stuff, carefully selected by my very self. This is an unspeakable worth to me already, and I didn't even test anything out. I started ordering together and then I'm like, what? That's what I ordered. Oh my god. I love me. We should really get into this because I want to Hello Kitty-fy myself right now. Actually, this is really cute because it's heart-shaped bubble wrap. I ordered this? I love me. But I have so many Hello Kitty bags already. Why would I order this? All we want to do is be close to you. That's really cute. Also kind of scary. It also kind of looks like they're stalkers. Look at this. It's kind of scary. There's something we need to do right at the beginning. I need to change my outer appearance so we're ready for this. So many of you sent this to me. I wouldn't know why, but it's Hello Kitty contact lenses. In the video, it's a close-up, so it's fine, but I think if it's further away, I think it'll look scary. Obviously, I don't think these contact lenses will stay in place. I think they will just like dance around in your eye, but I bought them. It's actually not easy to get them. I think I just bought them on AliExpress now. I hope they're gonna be fine. They were literally just like $8, and I would never recommend it. Websites like TDDI or Uniqlo, I think they all get their contact lenses from AliExpress in the end. What the actual? That's crazy. Maybe it won't even make such a big difference. Like, they look kind of subtle. Let me just put them in their case and let me soak them in lens solution for a little bit because you shall never put contact lenses right into your eye. I just noticed that it's actually a round shape and then the Hello Kitty shape is printed on it. Oh, what a crazy difference! This looks like my eye. You could see it if I do this. Do you see a difference? Do my eyes look different? Where's she going? That looks so weird because it's revealing a little bit of my iris. That looks creepy now. It looks like my iris is melting. But from far away, I don't. The left one is obviously, you know, these are my eyes for today. I already feel so Hello Kitty-fied. And if it looks like my left eye is looking that way instead of straight forward, you know why. You know what I think is the most sad part about everything in my life? That Hello Kitty didn't even notice me yet. It's her fault. It's apparently a new edition. Hello Kitty glasses. It's already so cute. It feels so cheap though. Not very high quality. I bought them on lensalter.com and they cost me 38 euros. They seem to be reduced from 77 euros, which is much, but let's be honest, that's just a fake reduction. It's very cute. It's very, no, I love these glasses. The detail with the glitter, it kind of looks like it's part of your eyeshadow. Look at my contact lenses, by the way. Do you see them? Obviously, they're just window glass. You are actually able to also buy them with prescription glasses. I think they're super cute. I'm just not gonna wear them now because the lights of my lights, they're reflecting in it and I feel like it's gonna be annoying on camera. So I'm not gonna wear them, but I will definitely wear them in my everyday life. Oh, what's so Yuri? I do have to mention that these glasses came with a gift. This is not Hello Kitty. It's kind of cute though. This is the Hello Kitty video, so we have to say goodbye to Hello Beaver. Imagine this is like such a crazy popular franchise and I'm just like, bye Beaver. A plushie. Ah! Oh, she had a bad day. I love her. This is so satisfying. I don't think she loves it though. I could do this all day. I love her. My idol. I bought a plate. I swear, taco smells the little plastic bits again. These little plasticky things, but as a heart. Anyway, I bought a plate. Why is it a plastic plate? I thought this was gonna be ceramics. I don't really know what to do with this because it's kind of small. Maybe just like for a snack. If you're getting some grapes fitting to the plate. Cutlery. Why is it also small? What am I supposed to do with this tiny fork? But I like the spoon. Look, it's actually Hello Kitty and my melody. I might find some use for this. This is a product from SheGlam. I've really been thinking about if I should put it in here because I don't like this. A pink glitter sprayer in the shape of Hello Kitty. They took everything that was worth something to me, everything that mattered to me, and put it into one thing. They have no morals. But I will try this. I'm gonna take you to my shower because I don't want to put glitter everywhere. I'm also scared that it's not gonna be cat safe, so.
A few
Taku, I'm doing this here so you don't get it on you. Oh, you look scary. Gonna glitter me up.
Wow. I don't want to be glittery. Wow, bokeh.
That looks so trippy. Little booking? Does it look good? Does it work now? That looks so weird because I only see these little white specks and it looks like I'm having a migraine or something.
It's on your hair.
Am I glittery?
I wear a halo when you look at me.
Halo!
Your hair is glittery.
Maybe it's meant for the hair and nothing else. I can see like a few glitter specks on my face here and there if you move it. Yeah, whatever. Whatever, man. Hey, pretty. Oh, I mean, it does work. It's just very, very CC. Very fine little it's very subtle. You might probably need a lot of pumps in order for it to show. Wouldn't buy it again, even though it looked cute. Let's not buy from SheGlam. I'm actually quite hungry, and it's time to eat. Hello Kitty. But I found Hello Kitty yakisoba. Like what? I never knew this existed. I'm so happy that I found this. It says yakisoba bolognese. Bolognese? This is an actual meal. I'm so excited. This is my meat, guys. Literally looks like chunks of the dry cat food. Scary! They actually look quite good still. Not as bad as they sound. Boiling water. First you put the cat food looking meat into the noodles.
5 minutes later.
All rinsed, babes. Time for the sauce, bolognese. Every single drop. Why does the sauce smell so good? I could eat it all in one scoop. And that's what I'm gonna do. Cheers, everyone. It's good. I don't know why, but it somehow really tastes a bit like bolognese. And the meat also tastes good. How's that even possible? That's a good noodle. I love this. I mean, I'm also hungry, but I knew Hello Kitty wouldn't disappoint me. I knew it. I think this was one of the best instant ramen that I've eaten. This had no right to be so good. Before we carry on, I actually want to show you something. This is something that I am so excited about, which I can't even believe exists, to be honest. A Hello Kitty Sailor Moon crossover. Bunny with Hello Kitty. And then there's like Chibiusa, obviously, with My Melody. Ray has the Kurumi. I mean, this is quite a boring product, just like a little folder. I hope I can put something in there. If I have like a important business, who made this? I also have this collab as a little note situation. Obviously, I never write notes. I always put everything in my phone, but I'm literally about to die. It's so cute. Can somebody tell me who this is? I don't know who this is, but it looks really funny. I also bought socks. And now we're gonna dive into the world of Hello Kitty sweets and snacks. I found a lot. There's probably so much more out there, but these were the ones that I found, and obviously it's already a lot. So let's dive into this. A magical girl wand, but it's also sweets. I don't know what that means. I just want to eat Hello Kitty sweets. I'm bringing them out. Are we sure these are sweets? Asking for a friend. Are we sure? Traubenzucker. I'm just gonna put it back in for later. I also have one with Kurumi. Bubblegum. My favorite. These are definitely better to just look at and play with. Look, she's actually moving her feet up and down. That's such a cute detail. How do I get the sweets out of this one? Oh, you can also move her head. Ah! I did break it. Is this elbow? It tastes like plastic. Oh, why is she sad? I think this is like the Squid Game. Why are there so many pieces in there? I guess it's all different flavors. What is this? A car? I like this one. Tastes like a very strong yogurette. I think these are Rice Krispies, and I think they're all the same, just because we're gonna try Hello Kitty. Actually, we're gonna try the Doggy Doo, because I accidentally opened this one while ripping it apart. Okay, I need to figure out what his name is, because I can't live like this anymore. Pom 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 or something. Rom Pom Pom. Pom Pom Pudding. I was almost right. Oh, actually his name is on the packaging. Empty already. These are tiny, but good. Tic Tac. Obviously, I'm gonna try the pink one. It's not really like Tic Tac. It's not very minty. Cute little strawberry flavored balls. Hello Kitty cookies. We have cookies. Look how cute they're just sitting there in the living room. They're all together. We're gonna try this one with Hello Kitty on it, Pom Pom Pudding, and cinnamon. Oh, it's not sweet. And it's also like a rice cracker. Tastes a little bit like seafood, maybe even. It reminds me of those crab chips. It's actually very flavorful, even though it didn't look like it at all. I think this is an actual cookie. Now for real, for real. It's a Zwieback with like some custard on top. Ugh. What is this? Ugh. I can't even talk. That was so gross. That also tasted not edible. And what the fuck was the stuff on top? It tastes like alcohol. Old piece of bread with vodka and sugar on it. That's my verdict for this one. I just want a normal cookie. Is that too much to ask? I'm not sure if this is edible because it looks like a bath bomb. It looks like you put it into the water and then something in there reveals itself. I also remember that I bought a bath bomb, but then I just found the bath bomb now. So did I buy 2 bath bombs? I don't think so. So this must be edible. It is a bath bomb. Imagine I just licked it. I think this is grape. Oh my god, I need to take a Hello Kitty bath right now, but I don't have time for it. But I will do it. It's bathing time. Please let's not talk about how green the water is. That's why I never bathe here in Berlin. We just have nasty water. Today we will have this special occasion and we will take a bath with this that I almost ate. See what's inside. Kitty, look in my bath bomb. You love water, don't you? Look at my beautiful bath bomb. Not gonna lie, the water looks pretty cool now. He's definitely very interested. Oh, you can see the toy peeking through.
I'm just happy to be here.
It still smells very good. Lush has nothing on this. Taco, what is your purpose? What is my purpose? Hurry! I got things to do. And we have... cinnamon roll in the little donut. Goodbye, cinnamon roll. Hope you have a good life.
我们今生注定是沧桑。
I realized that I also bought a second one. Why did I buy 2 bath bombs? This one's pink. Oh, maybe I should have put this one first. I don't think it will show up. Ugh, it smells like rose. Where is it? I lost it. Okay, what do you think it's gonna be? Oh. Oh. Oh, it's my melody. You can join Cinnamon Roll.
我们今生注定是沧桑。
This I am so excited about because it is 4D gummies as Kurumi and My Melody. If you still remember me trying 4D gummies, I did that in, I don't know, one of my last videos. And I did like the usual ones. I think it was grape and peach I tried. These ones, I have no idea what the flavors... Oh, actually, it's also grape and apple, maybe? Oh, it smells so intense. There's no juice inside. Normally in 4D gummies is juice, but it tastes exactly like the grape flavor that I've tried. And we also have My Melody on a rock. It's so sweet. I'm kind of sad that there's no liquid in there, but they're definitely yummy. I just realized it actually looks like my eyes go that way. Even when I look to the side, you can see that this eye looks like it's more right here. They look too stupid. For the sake of this video and Hello Kitty, I'm gonna leave them in even though my eyes are going in 2 different directions now. Now actually comes the product we've all waited for. At least I've been waiting for this product because I saw this on Instagram and it is a freaking ice cream maker yo-yo. So it's a yo-yo, but you can make ice cream in it. And you can also use it as a yo-yo. So it's a yo-yo, but you can make ice cream in it. And you can also use it as a yo-yo and make ice cream in it. I think every Sanrio character has a yo-yo basically, but I have the one from Cinema Roll right now. Sometimes life is too crazy and I need to take a step back from everything and just breathe. Let's make ice cream, everybody. We're gonna attach this to the bowl because, you know, we gotta gear is in Japanese, but I already, in preparation to this, translated it into German. And I think I know what to do. I'm still me, so I think a couple of things will go wrong, but let's just go ahead. You take this out. This is where the ice cream will be in. So first off, you put 2 tablespoons of salt, 25 ice cubes. I'm gonna put this in. 20 milliliters of cream. Oh, it's a tiny bit. 20 milliliters of milk. A tiny bit of sugar. Actually, it's a teaspoon, but I don't have a teaspoon right now, so. And the tiniest bit of vanilla extract. This one's a bit random, but an egg yolk. It's fine. It's fine. It's all okay. Close it all up. Is it closed? I think it is. Off. So you put this on and you don't flip it, and then you just put this on. Now I have trust issues. I think this is actually it. And now we will yo-yo to the gods. Ah, warming feet. We shook it for 3 minutes. Are we ready for the big reveal? Ah! It's maybe not the prettiest looking ice cream, but it's definitely ice cream. I think I made ice cream, guys. It's good. I also love the consistency. That was all worth it. There's so many different recipes in the manual. I might do this again. You can apparently also just put a juice in there, and then it also will make like a sorbet out of it. That's crazy science. Just don't be as stupid as I was and do whatever I did. That was definitely not my brightest moment. Ugh, my hands are sticky. Guys, what was this? Incredibly fun, tasty, pretty, gorgeous, cute, all of the above. That's all I have to say. I'm glad I filmed this video. Nobody was asking for a video like this. And I think I'm gonna make some more ice cream. Ice cream. But that was it for this video. Don't forget to follow me on all of my social media, which is Naomi John on
Instagram,
Naomi John on
TikTok,
and also Naomi John on
Spotify.
Thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you in my next video. Ugh, it's wet.
I bought every mystery box again because there's so many of these floating around on the internet these days, and I couldn't fit them all in part 1 that we did a while back. Some of these look very legit, and others, well, curiosity got the best of me, and possibly the best of my credit card information. For legal reasons, this is not an endorsement of any of these mystery boxes. I'm just making questionable decisions so that you don't have to, in case you ever get advertised any of these and want to know if they're any good. Okay, I figured, what better way to start our mystery box YouTube video than with a YouTuber's mystery box. This is from the channel VAT19, and they basically explore curiosity products. They specialize in giant gummies like candy, which, as you know, I'm a big fan of. I'm super excited to see what's in our box. So last time we did this video, we gave each website a sus score, and VAT19 looks pretty good actually, pretty safe. There are mixed reviews on how much people liked what's in their box, but that's kind of to be expected with mystery boxes. Okay, so there were a bunch of different options, and I went with the Ultra Mega Box for one hat that's not a cat. What? Oh my gosh, it has a battery. What is this gonna do? Nothing's happening. That's it. Weird. Okay, next we have, oh my gosh, is this a gummy? The gummy fireworm. Each bite is hotter than the last. What does that mean? It doesn't smell hot. I can't. I literally can't. Where did it go? Oh, it's on the floor. Why is that so bad? Oh my my gosh, that's the hottest thing I've ever put in my mouth. What's in it? Jalapeno powder, ghost powder, habanero oil, Carolina Reaper powder. I don't know what that is, but it, oh gosh, there's no way. Oh my gosh, it's because I started with the hottest end. I literally took a bite of the blue and look at the chart. Next, we have a tiny thermos, a candy ice cream. It's under all my clothes in the videos. 3, 2, 1. Oh, that hurt. No way. I've always wanted one of these things. Go. Go. Why is he not going? Come on. Guy, he doesn't like flop around though. Next, confetti refills, a dice game, monkey business thinking putty. Ooh, a burger card game. See what this pink thing is. Giant gumball stress ball. What does that mean? Gumball scented? For when I'm stressed. It doesn't really smell that much like gumball, but it's pink. All right, and last but not least, we have VAT-19, the world's most sour soda. How does that even work? Let's find out. Blue raspberry. Wait, I love it. It tastes like childhood. Like I'd never drink the whole bottle, but that's just a fun little thing. What a fun box. That one's gonna be hard to beat. Okay, so I had my team like sneak a peek inside these boxes and see what was in them and then total up what all of these things individually are worth to see if we're actually getting a good deal on these mystery boxes. Because typically that's the point of a mystery box is like to get random stuff for cheap in it. So we paid $100 for this box, but how much is it actually worth? $145.50. The more red flags it gets, the more sketchy the website appeared. And it is based on how secure the URL looks, if they have legit business contact info. We did a thorough search of all the reviews floating around online, domain age and ownership, and the payment methods that they accept. Our next box is not sus, it's just really cute. Okay, so this one is from Etsy. I feel like typically our Etsy ones have been pretty promising, and Katie, the owner of this store, started this as a passion project, and everything in here is supposed to be handcrafted. So we paid $20 for this preppy mystery box, and inside, oh my gosh, cute! We have a little crocheted like octopus guy. Wait, is this like a make your own bracelet? Love that. And then in our baggie, by the way, some of these mystery boxes actually came in bags, but my team repackaged them and like labeled them nicely just so it would be like easier to keep track of everything. Ooh! Oh my gosh, and stickers. I love a sticker. Cute! Wait, this is so fun. What do you think though when you added up the worth of it? Was it $20 worth?
It was. It was $30 worth.
Wow, okay, Kate. And in real life, what do you do with all of this stuff? Well, obviously I keep some of it, but for this haul in particular, we're donating most of it to the Shoebox Project, which is a charity that creates gift boxes for women impacted by homelessness. That's where a bunch of this is gonna go. Okay, our next box though, I'm so excited for. It's a box in a box. I have right here a retro video game box. These are from a website called Double Jump Video Games. It's pretty low on the sus score, especially because they were actually great communicators. In my order notes, I asked for girly games, and they sent me an email and they were like, hey, so we don't like have a ton of those. They said that they'd do the best they could though, and then if I wanted to wait, they could like search for some girly games for me, so they were super nice. By the way, I always use a fake name and email when I order things, so they don't know that it's me. That's just genuinely how they treat their customers. Wait, already though? We got at least one girly game. So right off the bat, we have, wait, this is so cute. For the original PlayStation, Barbie Race and Ride. Cute. Spyro, I never played this, but I remember it. Cute. Crazy Taxi. Echo the Dolphin, Defender of the Future. What is this? A dolphin that saves the world? Stop. It's a fake name. Kaya, okay. And Thrillville. I don't know what they were talking about in the email. They crushed this. Like, I actually want to play every single one of these games. Okay, so we paid $99.99, but how much are these games actually worth?
Around $237.
What? We got a good deal. A good deal, and they did a phenomenal job curating all these. That was a win. Okay, she wrote me like a whole handwritten letter about like how much fun she had putting this together and how she tried her best, and even drew me a little picture. Ariel! I actually highly recommend this. This was an amazing experience. Okay, if you want to play these games with me, stick around until the end of the video. Man, our next mystery boxes have a lot to live up to now. If you're wondering how I found all of these mystery boxes, well, we basically just Googled mystery box for sale, and these are what came up. So imagine how excited I was when one of my genuinely favorite brands had a mystery box. So this is Hydro Jug. They make water bottles. Like, these water bottles are not cheap. Okay, let's see. What? This is like one of their new styles. I was expecting to get like some weird print or like a kid size or something. We spent $32, but how much is this worth? So we got $8 off. I mean, I'm not mad. I don't have this color yet, and I'm super excited to add it to my collection. All right, we've got another Etsy mystery box, and this one's super cute because it's a favorite color mystery box. So they have all these options. Of course, I picked pink, and this one costs $13. I have no idea what's gonna be in it. Okay, we got a mascara. That's cute. This is Cherry Blossom Shower Gel, travel size. A blender, face mask. What is that picture? A little coin purse and a bracelet. Okay, that's adorable. I feel like they're gonna make for good additions to our giveaway bundles that we're putting together. Okay, but how much was it actually worth? 17. It's supposed to be in here. So opening this box is a huge risk, but you know it's not hitting the subscribe button. That's a guaranteed win. So hit the button, and if you're watching on TV, all you have to do is swipe up on your remote, click over to my little face, and hit subscribe. You would think I learned my lesson from the last Apple mystery box that we bought in the last video, but this is a different website. It's called plug.tech. Look, I know it looks so questionable, but I had $200 and a dream, and I just really want to see what I get. So, this website has by far the highest sus score so far for a lot of reasons. Their comment section is full of complaints on social media, first of all. There's no business address or way to contact them, just like a contact form. And something about the website just feels like off. So I spent $200 and I got the $200 Apple mystery box. Let's open it. This is the most nervous I've been. It's a box that has the website logo on it. That's good, right? Okay, a charging cable. Did we actually get a device? It's no way. Did we actually get an iPad? What? And there's even more charging cables. Okay, we need to power this thing on and see if it actually works, because if it does, I feel like $200 is a decent deal. It's an old one, yeah. iPads haven't had buttons in a while, but let's try to power it. Oh, it's alive. We're in. Okay, I'm gonna go to settings, about. It's a iPad mini 5th generation. If you want to look it up and see what these are worth used. In the meantime, I'm downloading. Sign in. No, I just wanted to download Temple Run. I didn't want to sign in. Ugh. I'll just watch it. Okay, what's a 5th generation? I couldn't do this video and not get something for Leo because he's just my cute little helper down here today, delivering packages. Okay, so this mystery box is from a place called Cycle Dog, and the website looks pretty solid. We paid $45 for a 4-piece mystery box, and we have, oh my goodness, Lee, you're gonna love this. It's a tiny little tire, and you put treats in it. A waterproof, no stink collar. Wait, that's actually cute. With the mountains. Poop pickup bags. Lee, you always need these. Oh my goodness. And a plushy green bone. You want it? Okay, it's for you. Oh, he loves it. Yay. Okay, that was amazing. But is this stuff actually worth $45? $60, Lee. You got a deal. I like how everything like matches. Are you ready for our next box? Oh, it's so heavy. This is probably the box that I'm the most terrified of, for clear reason. Backstory. So, remember in my AI products video where I bought AI products to see what would actually show up? I was convinced that this cat chair stole my credit card information because around the time that I purchased that chair, somebody went on a shopping spree with my credit card, and luckily my credit card company blocked it. But how annoying. But you know what I also ordered around the same time? Reason to believe that this box was the culprit all along for my stolen credit card, but Looty.com. And it's pretty suspicious. This is our first and maybe only 5 red flag website of the whole video. There's no contact info. There's bad reviews all over the entire internet. It's a recent domain update, which a lot of Redditors believe that this brand purchased an old domain that like did have good reviews, which is so sketchy. And just the website in general, super scammy vibes. I paid $100 for this Gucci X For $100, here are options. We've got this $21,000 Louis Vuitton backpack or this $8,000 like iridescent sneakers. We've got some little accessories, a coin purse. And if we keep going, it jumps from like a nice designer coin purse to sticker. Pretty drastic jump there, I would say. So I gave them my $100. We spun the wheel and I got a sticker. But do you want to know? It's on Amazon for $4. So I paid $100 and I didn't even get a $4 sticker. Like, that is probably the worst scam I've ever experienced in my life. So if they're willing to do that, I wouldn't put it past them that they stole my credit card. Safe to say, never use Ludi.com. Also, I'm probably gonna do that from now on because that was bad. Speaking of scams, you might remember in my last video, I purchased from this mystery box website. We paid for and nothing came. And I was fully convinced that nothing would ever come. However, a couple months later, guess what showed up? Our $94 mystery box. So as promised, I will show you what's in here. It better be good for how long that wait was. Okay, we've got 2 mini mystery boxes in here. Knockoff I bought. It's giving not Apple, but it's orange, it's cute. It has to be a knockoff. That is not Apple buttons. That is so funny. I haven't even seen one of these since like 2007. Okay, so there's that. That is shady. I'm not plugging anything into the website in case I ever want to use it again. And, wait, I'm actually really excited about this. I've always wanted one of these. It's a tiny microphone. Actually, it's a digital breath alcohol tester. Do you think this is accurate?
Let's test it.
And also another gift card to their website, which I won't be using. And a remote shutter for you. Okay, so we got something, but was it $94 worth of something?
Close, it was
92
92.
worth of something. I'm kind of questioning this one because they either shut their page down or their page got deleted shortly after we bought this. So that's weird. This is 8 items, which is kind of a lot of items. So we have, oh, they're just like little trinkets. Wait, this is cute. This little bag, I like that. And wait, Hello Kitty, My Melody. It's a mini boba keychain. Oh, this is adorable so far. Stop. A Shiba Inu. I thought it'd be squishy. He's not, but he's fluffy at least. Stop. This is the cutest pen. Because look at the, like your chips and stuff. Hello Kitty stickers. A little notepad. Oh, magnets. And then what is this? 36 pieces of fun. I like this one. Oh, okay. So we paid 18, but how much is it worth? Well, okay. I'm from a website called Kimmy Lux, and it seems like a pretty legit website. So this was $50, and it is the February girly bag picture box. A cute little card. Okay, my gosh, this packaging already is so cute. This little box, Nicole Miller hand creams, and some Hershey's chocolate hearts. What's in our bag? Ooh, it's giving like she just found some stuff on sale at TJ Maxx and like bundled it really cute and sold them, and I'm here for it, honestly. Okay, that was fun. This is good donation stuff for sure. It's cute. Okay, so no mystery box has perfect reviews, which kind of makes sense, but this next one is pretty close. People love thrifted mystery boxes, so we picked the Color Core mystery box. It was $65, so hopefully we get some fun, bright colored, cute shoes and accessories and clothes and stuff. Oh, I see lots of shoes. Oh my gosh, Toms. I haven't had Toms in like 15 years. Oh, and some pink floral Converse. And these red shoes. I don't know what brand they are. Oh, we've got color. Wait, this is fun. That is like so 90s. That is adorable. Wait, it's just a sweatshirt and like a little shirt tied over it. That is such a cute idea. Okay, love that. And we also have a cute little tie-dye sweatshirt and 2 pairs of jeans. The question is any of this my size? Let's see. Here's our colorful thrifted outfit. You know what it's giving? Stranger Things extra. Actually, no, you know what this looks like? It looks like I am the host of a children's TV show in the 90s. Okay, so we paid $65. Do we think it was worth $65? $310? Is that if everything's new though?
I think so.
Yeah, probably. Okay, so it would be over $300 worth if all this stuff was new, but I mean, even if it's worth half that, I think this is a pretty good deal for a thrift haul. I love a personalized thrift haul. Hopefully nothing was breakable in that. It's probably not because it's Temu up next. This is called the Dulux 14-piece set for $15. Sounds like a mystery. What are all these items that are $1? Okay, already. And even selling counterfeit goods, so. This is not me telling you to shop at Temu. This just came up in our search and I had to know what is in this Dulux mystery box, so let's see. Oh, okay. A cute package. Boxdiscoveries.com. What, is like a whole brand? Okay, we've got, I mean, this looks like legit stuff. We have this little hat, cute. We have a little bow clip case with pink sun is. I actually kind of love this. It's a case to put your phone in that's waterproof, but it looks like a pool floaty. That's hilarious. Should I throw it in the pool and find out? So it definitely sinks, but my phone looks dry. Ooh, some chunky gold earrings. Is it a fan? That's so random. Ooh, a little beach tote. This is, what is it? Maybe like a little, like a picnic thing? I don't know, probably not. But. Okay, and last but not least, we have a tumbler thing. Keeps drinks cold for up to 24 hours. Wow, it's like a little beach kit. That was kind of fun. Gosh, how do you even calculate something like this? I feel like it's worth at least $15. What? Okay, last mystery box video, we had a lot of fun with the international treats mystery boxes, and this time we have German treat. It's what a cute little box. Here we go. Is it gonna be good stuff or is it gonna be weird clearance aisle snacks? Let's find out. Cute little thank you note. I don't trust these anymore because of our crystal mug thank you note. Okay, we've got Palm Bar. They look like little teddy crackers. Oh, they're a little broken. I feel like they're gonna be cheesy. I'm not gonna try to pronounce most of these. These look like, what are they called? The Smartie, Squishy Smarties.
This kind of candy that they have in the UK called squashies.
Oh my gosh, they're exactly like the Squishy Smarties. Fit! Chewy candy. Oh, there's multiple in here. Okay, there's little thin. It looks like taffy, but is it gonna taste like it? Oh, that's good. It's like a creamy strawberry. Okay, Germany. So far your treats are good. Okay, we've got quite a few little candy bars and wafers. Let's see what this little thing is. Favorina. Oh, it's like coconut in the middle. That's yummy. No, not for you. I think it's a cookie dough in the middle. Ooh, that's good. This might be the best treat box we've gotten so far. Okay, so we paid 46. If we were to try to, okay, I'm excited about this one that popped up in our search. This website seems really cool, and I hope it's really cool because I love a good vintage tee, and these ones were not cheap. Like, there's only 3 pieces in here, and it cost $99.99. So this better be like premium vintage t-shirt, vintage clothing. Oh, no, it's tiny. It's tiny, but it's so cool. Oh no, is everything gonna be tiny? Oh, stop. Oh, if that was my size, Lee. It says your name on it. Lion, I am just better than you. And then a pair of jeans is a size junior medium. So, but is it worth $99? I mean, that one's kind of like up to everyone's discretion because how do you like price vintage clothing, you know? This stuff isn't giving like true vintage. Like, this is just a Fruit of the Loom that somebody like printed this on. So I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it wasn't worth $99.99, but it's promising though. Okay, so this one's from Poshmark. The seller is Miranda B0807. And if this is anything like the pictures in the listing, it's gonna be good. So this is a Sephora Beauty mystery box. And this seller has over 100 love notes on her Poshmark, so people really like these boxes. The last beauty box in the other mystery box video that we got was really, really good. I don't know where they're getting this makeup this cheap though, and some of you in the comments had a theory that maybe these sellers are dumpster diving for this stuff, and that's why they're selling it so cheap, but I don't know. I don't know how to confirm that. Okay, here we go. It's all wrapped, super cute, but it does say in her listing that everything is unused, so that makes me hopeful. some hair clips, some little free samples. Oh wow, Open Last contains product and price list. That's cool that she like filled that out. We have Lunar Beauty Prism Liquid Sally Beauty Mascara. I've never heard of it, but it looks nice. Magic Serum Skincare. Looks fancy, and most importantly, looks unused. So that's good. Mott D highlighting powder. Ooh, a little Huda Beauty palette. That's a pretty one with the reds and oranges. Miami lipstick. Natasha Denona. I think we got one of these in the last ones. I love these eyeshadow palettes. They're so expensive, full price. Phenomenal eyeshadow. Ooh, is it real? That's kind of the other question that I wonder about stuff like this is like, is some of it not? I don't know. And, ooh, some nice beauty brushes. Okay, cute. Let's see how much she says it's all worth. Okay, here's the prices of everything. $292 retail. Okay, so a good deal. Still don't know where it comes from, but a good deal. Okay, should we open a big box next to this estate sale box? Okay, so this one came from eBay. This one could be really cool. It could also be a bunch of junk. So it is assorted items from an estate sale. And in a lot of the pictures, it looks like there's a lot of jewelry. So that's what I'm hoping for. Because have you ever seen those TikToks of the girls that go to thrift stores and they get the big jars full of jewelry and then they go through each piece? I love watching those. So I'm hoping there's jewelry so I can live out my dream and be one of those girls. Okay, so we paid $38 for this for 10 pounds. Kind of feels like 10 pounds, maybe less. Let's see what we got. Oh my goodness, is this a Beanie Baby? What if it's worth $10,000? His name is Glory. Okay, wait, this is fun. A PlayStation game? What are the chances of that after we just had a PlayStation haul? Oh my goodness, it's a tiny Lightning McQueen. A case for the world's tiniest sunglasses? Oh, we got some collector's items. I know absolutely nothing about baseball cards, so you guys let me know in the comments if you think these are worth anything. They're pretty, if anything. Got this broken thing. Some coins. I don't know anything about coins either, so if you do, you can pause the screen here and look through them and see if they're worth anything. Wait, these are actually really cool. 20 cents. Fun. A watch. Okay, what else is in here? A lot of This is one single Jack Daniels cup. Pocket knife. Oh, we have this lovely book about Abraham Lincoln. This is so random. I kind of love it. And last but not least, a bag of jewelry, which I'm so excited to go through. If you want to see me go through this jewelry bag, go follow me on TikTok and or Instagram so that I can live out my dream of being a TikTok jewelry girl. At Hopescope on both. What did we pay? $38? What do we think this is worth?
Around $36.
Woo! If it's useful to you. If it's not, then it's just kind of worthless. This one is nails. You know I love a good press-on nail. And this one seems like a good deal. So it's $89 for 3 sets of nails, but they're like on super sale for $31. So if they're good nails, that is a good deal. Oh my gosh, look how cute the box is. Okay, branding. This is so impressive, actually. Look at this cute paper. Is this an air freshener? Oh my gosh, it is. Oh, it smells nice. Oh my gosh, some free hair clips. Oh, Etsy sellers are so nice. Okay, we've got the thickest prep kit I've ever seen. That's great. And are you ready to see our nails? Nails number 1. Oh, can't see them. We have to take them out. I've never seen nails packaged like this. A little envelope. Cute. Wait, those are adorable. Little black, like gonna be seasonal nails that she's kind of trying to get rid of. Cute though. And I really love this little envelope reveal. That is so cute. Ooh, some blue butterfly ones. And these like really genuinely look hand painted. This is so good so far. Last is, oh my gosh, cute. Also kind of Valentine-y. This was a good little bundle. That was a good deal. 30 bucks for all of these. I'm so excited for this next one. It's this. Okay, I gotta be honest, this one didn't necessarily come up in our Google search, but like I had to get it. It's a vintage Barbie mystery box. So this was $99 and it says 23 pieces in the description. I don't know if that's true because that's a lot of Barbies, but let's find out. Yeah, it does not feel like there's 23 things in here, but let's see what we got for $99. Okay, Barbie number 1 is cute. It's a I Love Lucy Barbie. She's adorable. From 1997. Fun. Such a 90s Barbie in such a 90s wedding dress. 1994. So cute. This guy's name is Todd, in case you were wondering. I've never heard of Todd before. Okay, so far I don't have any of these in my collection. Oh my goodness. 1996 Olympic Barbie gymnast. She's so cute. I feel like these were a pretty good deal because the boxes are in a little bit rough shape, but she's so cute. I like her full body outfit. Was that what they wore to the Olympics back in the day? And last thing, so we got 4 items, not 23, but that's okay. It's graduation day. Cute. And this one's from 2006. I mean, that was a fun little haul. The bear says 2007, the box says 2006. All right, so based on our research, what are all these Barbies actually worth?
If you got them and the boxes were like intact and good, it's probably like $180.
Okay. I feel like the boxes are not good though. So this is probably like on par. Very legit website, XO Marshmallow. I will say there's a lot of complaints about the customer service, so for that reason it maybe gets a red flag, but okay, this was $25. It doesn't necessarily say how much marshmallow we're getting in the box, but we're about to find out. Oh, okay, so we have like a bunch of different things. What the heck is that? Okay, so we have a marshmallow in a cup, it looks like. Oh, that is not what I was expecting for some reason. It's like actual marshmallow goo. Let's try it. Ooh, that's yummy. These are kind of funny. Gourmet marshmallow mug topper. So if you have like hot chocolate or something, you just throw it on the top. And butterbeer marshmallows. Okay, I gotta try these. And then gluten-free. Gluten-free graham crackers. Those don't look good. They look like a dog treat. Maybe they're good. I don't know. We'll try it. We try a gluten-free graham cracker. I'm kind of scared of them. Here we go. No, back up. It started off good and then it turned to cardboard. To individually buy all of this stuff from the website, it would be $35.95. Okay, great. Okay, here you try. Do you love it? Next up, we have an Amazon mystery box, but it's from eBay. So Onyx resale for $109. I feel like we maybe got scammed. I don't know. It's part of it's because they have the most generic photo ever in the listing. So we've got stuff. Is it good stuff? I don't know, but it's stuff. Okay, so a Hanes t-shirt. It's actually not a terrible t-shirt. Pretty happy with that. This is stickers that you put on your boat. That's the thing with these Amazon liquidation boxes is it is random. Here we go. Not smoking. Just to be clear, this USB cord. What is going on in here? Very cheap headphones. A toilet repair. Oh, keychain? It's a lighter, just a loose lighter. Wait, iPad mini case. Do you think it fits the iPad that we just got? There are those wireless speaker. Ooh, post-it notes. More post-it notes, love. Oh, this is Crayola bubble bath. It makes colorful bubbles? Wait, that's actually kind of fun. Wait, is this for real? A little Polaroid camera? That's kind of cute. Why is it so little though? It's like Polaroid GoPro. Stencils, more ear Hanes tea, more earbuds. Okay, there's some pretty good donations. Very excellent Mr. Dundee and The Secret. Oh my gosh, you guys remember this? This was like all the rage in the 2000s. This was kind of a good box. Usually the Amazon liquidations are does be worth if we just went on Amazon and bought it all. Probably 384. No! Most of it's junk, but hey, that's a deal. Okay, we've got another treat box, and this time it's from Japan. Okay, this is probably one of the best looking websites we've purchased from so far. It's called Lolly and Pops. This some grilled corn puffs. Oh, they're circles. I think corn flavored chips I just don't like. They're actually crab flavored. They're not bad though. A cola long chew. Oh, break my teeth on this thing. Ugh. Not bad. Little pizza puff balls. Those are pretty good. Okay. All right, we got some little like fruit gummies, chewy candy. Oh, these look fun. Bubblegum flavored, which always feels illegal to swallow. Chocolate cookies, sticks. I don't know what flavor they are. Let's find out. I feel like they're pizza flavored again. Not bad. I think they're just cheese. Not bad. Chocolate mochi. Oh my gosh, I'm actually really excited to try this. And there's a mod. Here we go. Okay, not bad. I feel like I'd like them better if they were frozen or cold though. Interesting. I don't think this is chocolate. Oh, it's red bean. I should like a little shortbread cookie. And last but not least, Ocean Bomb pineapple soda. Not bad, very pineapple-y. Okay, so we paid $55. Like, love any of this like I thought I would, but it was fun. All right, we got this little one from Etsy. This was $15, and I think we got the large box option. And I don't think this is what I thought it would be, because it says, why choose a mystical mystery box? Whether you're a spider enthusiast or just love surprises, these boxes are designed to bring a That's a cute sticker, actually. A little spider web with flowers. And we have a little pink dragon. Love that. Some more little confettis. I like it. Okay. And mystery bags. Oh my gosh, I love mystery bags. Oh, yep. It's definitely spider themed. All right. We have a little yellow spider, a puppy pin, some stickers. Wait, what is this? Fortune teller miracle fish. Place fish in the palm of hand and its movements will indicate. Oh my gosh, I'm scared. What is this fish gonna say about my future? Place it in palm of hand. Oh, hey, settle down. Okay, it just curled up. What does that mean? Curls up entirely. I'm passionate. That was fun. Does it do something different for everybody? Anna, come here.
Helios. It's head. Oh, its head's moving. What'd that mean? Jealous? You're jealous.
Jealous
You get
that
to eat
I
all
get
the
the
snacks.
whole snack box. All right, let's open our mystery bags. 1. What is that? Like a flower bud? It's a magnet. 2. Ooh, a little pink crystal. And 3. I think it's a bumblebee. Little 3D printed keychain. Okay, it wasn't that spider themed. It was cute. Was it worth $15? I don't know. Probably not, but it was fun. We got a fortune told by a fish. All right. Oh my gosh, this is heavy. This might be the box that I'm the most excited about. So it's from Confetti Clothing, which is a cute little clothing boutique. And it's cute. Like, just look at the website. Look, those are gonna be in our box because those are like, they're new releases, but hopefully we get something cool. Okay, so they had a bunch of different options. We went with the $150 box. And supposedly we're gonna get 4 to 5 clothing and accessory pieces worth $300. So let's see. This is one of our boxes that actually came in a bag. As you can see, I think it's gonna be good. Oh my goodness, we actually got 5 things. We got this cute dress. It looks comfy too. And, ooh, this cute dress. Let's see what this pink one is. I love that. I feel like that one's gonna be so pretty. And some fun blue polka dots. Okay, I'm excited to try these on. And then our last item. Oh, well, cute pink checkered bag. Okay, I love that too, this little handle. Okay, this is fun. It's cute. You know what this dress reminds me of is those dresses that you could get like one for you and a matching one for your American Girl doll. It's fun. Little Easter dress. Okay, this one's great for vacation or maybe like a wedding guest. I will say it's ripped a little bit in the middle here, so maybe that's why it was so on sale. Honestly, it's just, I don't know. It'll be great to donate, but not my favorite. Okay, this one might be my favorite. It's so comfy. It is kind of giving Ballerina Farm a little bit, but in a good way. So it was $150, and after researching the website, did we determine it's worth?
Yes, like if they're brand new releases, it's probably close to 300, but you can't find any of the items really anymore.
Yeah.
They're probably on sale, which would be closer to like 220.
Honestly, I think that this is a really cute way to get rid of your sale items though. It's fun. Before I reveal, also adding in some other like toiletries and necessities into the stuff that we found in our mystery boxes. Because everybody deserves the basics and to feel special with some of these extra little goodies. Sometimes the best surprises aren't the ones that we unbox, but the ones that we can give to the people that really need it. Okay, and the results. So we spent $1,653.36. That includes like shipping and stuff. And then the total worth of all the boxes, $2,872. Okay, so we like basically made $1,000. It doesn't feel like it, but. Okay, Barbie Race and Ride. This game is in like pristine condition. Looks like it's never been played. 1999, back in time. Here we go. This is so cute. Oh, the graphics. Oh my gosh, it's just like the old Barbie movies. Cute. I get to choose an outfit. I only have 2 choices though. Purple it is, I guess. Look, there I am. Why do I just look like a little lad? Oh, I get to name it with pre-selected names. Baby. And it's Bunny. Wait, that's actually so cute. Bunny the horse. Yeah. Oh, I have to jump over this? That's huge. I did it. Am I racing against anybody? Get out of the water. What is she doing? Ah! was literally it. This is beautiful. Is it the most exciting game I've ever played? Not at all, but it's cute. Okay, I pulled you guys on Instagram to see which of these games I should play, and Spyro won, so that's what we're gonna play. Also, I was reading the info about it, featuring the voice talents of Elijah Wood, David Spade, and Gary Oldman. I don't know who Gary Oldman is. This one does have a gash in the CD, so we'll see how it goes. Ooh, okay, graphic upgrade, start. Okay, that's literally Dragon from Shrek. I forgot we have to sit through the whole backstory. Where's my baby purple dragon? When did this come out? 2006. This was probably so cool in 2006. I mean, it's a really pretty game. I'm impressed so far.
Here I come.
Oh my gosh, Frodo is the purple dragon. Here we go. Oh, wrong way. It's flipped from what it is nowadays. Oh, jeez.
Now I smell almost as bad as you do.
I'm genuinely shocked I didn't have this game when I was younger, because this is like everything I love in a game. Oh, I have fire now. Let's go. I'm so good at this game. Absolutely cooked that spider. Barbie was fun for literally 30 seconds, but this one I could genuinely play all night. This one's so fun and so well done. I decided to give the Thrillville game a try. Oh yeah. Since it was almost tied in the poll with Spyro. I honestly have no idea how the actual storyline play of this game works, but I did find some mini games. Where do I go? They're just pushing me because I don't know how to go. Ah! Oh, there we go. Once I got the hang of this race game, I absolutely cooked. Why am I driving the roller coaster? What kind of ride is this? I'm winning. Go! Yeah, I won. Okay, great. I decided to walk around the park for a little bit before finding my next game to see if I could, you know, make some friends. John Smith.
I want to be your friend.
I've got lots of friends already. That's my worst nightmare, trying to make friends. I don't need any more. That's so rude. But it's okay because I have real friends that I totally don't pay by the hour to work for me to play with me.
Oh,
yeah. Whoa! How are you going so fast?
I don't know. I don't even see you anymore. Where did you go?
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, that's such a nightmare. It's like Mario Kart will just end you, but it doesn't make me honest.
It's gonna make you finish.
I don't know if that's more embarrassing or not. Yes. We hit each other? Yeah. Oh.
We miss. How the heck do you
Oh,
steer?
that's
What is going on? Oh. Wait, why'd you get points? I can't get out of the corner. What is going on? No!
Yes. Oh, what's this box? Can I touch it or is that bad for us?
Oh, what happened? Why'd I blow up?
Oh!
No! Okay, you're destroying me. I don't think I've gotten any points somehow. What do I do? I can't even go. Oh, there I go. Oh, I got points. How are you getting more? Oh, no. Oh! No, I'm on fire!
Assassinator. Oh,
You're on fire too.
Oh, shoot!
Oh my gosh. Well, yeah, I think I lost. It's pretty bad.
This game is so confusing.
Honestly, these 2000s games really take me back to simpler times. This was a good time. Make sure to check out my other mystery box videos if you haven't yet, and we will see you guys in the next video. Say bye, YouTube! I bought every mystery box. I've been getting advertised so many mystery boxes online. Let's start with an expensive one. We paid $200 for this box. It's from a website called Timeless Toys, and this is the only picture in the listing, which is a little suspicious. And the description says, what's in the mystery box? It could be anything. We will put together a specially wrapped package that will surprise the whole family. Each $200 box will include over $200 worth of toys. Let's see if that's actually true. Oh my gosh. I know they said it was specially wrapped, but I wasn't expecting every single item to be wrapped. Wait, this is cute. It's like Christmas. But is this stuff worth over $200? It just keeps coming out. No, you can't have my Jellycat. Guys, this is actually really good stuff. We got a Jellycat. Look how cute he is. curiosity, I'm gonna do some quick math and add up. Total for all of these toys is $218. So, a little bit of a deal, and honestly, it was a great mystery box. We have some good stuff. We have 22 more mystery boxes to open today. I basically bought every single mystery box that came up when I went on Google and searched mystery box for sale. We ran a full investigation on every single website that we bought a mystery box from, and we gave them a sus score. Here's some of the criteria. So this is what we're using to determine how risky each box is. The more red flags it has, the greater the chance that we fully got scammed. And I know for a fact we got scammed at least a couple times. But it's okay, because all of the good stuff that we're getting in our mystery boxes are going to a great cause. Also, thanks Shopify for sponsoring today's video. More on that later. Okay, speaking of scams, I don't think this next one is gonna be very good. Pretty sure it's this. It has more weight to it than I was expecting, to be honest. Okay. This website was one of the first results to come up when I searched. It's called gemlit.com. And they have all of these different themed boxes. And I am specifically interested in this pink apple mystery box. So it looks like it costs $22.07. And here are all the items we could get. And like Fortnite loot, they are ranked from common to epic. And some of the common things include like a case for AirPods or a pink lightning cable. But epic, you could get an iPhone, a MacBook, or even an iMac. You could. Something tells me there's not an iMac in here. Okay, so here's what happened. I paid them the $22.07. We spun the wheel and we landed on, I think it's like an iPad case, but I'm not even sure, to be honest. All right, let's see what showed up. It's an iPad case and it is pink-ish. This looks like they didn't even take the Amazon packaging off of it. So let's see what this thing is actually worth, because something tells me. So we got scammed out of $13. Nice. Next box. All right, our next box is from the Unclaimed Baggage Store. And this is exactly what it sounds like. It's a mystery box full of strangers' lost luggage items. And I know that that one sounds scammy, but it's actually pretty low on our sus scale, especially because I have actually shopped at this store so much in the past. Like the clothing mystery box that I got on one of my live streams earlier this year was actually so good. Okay, we got a nice shirt. Once again, we got new with tags. Oh, $198. That's like how much the whole bundle cost from around the world. Honestly, this is like kind of funny, but also kind of sad. These people went on a trip and lost this stuff. All right, and our first one we have, I love Paris. I have been to Paris, so that's fitting. Peru, that one's cool. A little welcome to Egypt pack. Stop, what are these? Little Jamaica boxing gloves. Some Australia pins. Quebec. Oh my gosh, this is like a whole little art kit from Dubai. This is like nice stuff. I mean, I'm sure the original purchaser of these got criminally overcharged at a gift shop for them, but for the like $15 we paid, that's good stuff. Okay, and then in our second box we have Aruba. Wait, I've been there. I could put a picture in here. Oh, this little South Africa mug with an elephant in it. Comment below if you're from any of these countries. I think this is from Guatemala. And then our last one. I forgot we also purchased a cosmetics mystery box from them. And that one was $14.99. I was really curious to see if we were gonna get like used beauty products out of some stranger's luggage, but it looks like this stuff is all new. Wait, frownies. I've actually wanted to try these. I've seen them all over TikTok. You like wrap your face up in them overnight and it's supposed to be better than Botox. Oh my gosh, Olaplex. That's nice. Glitter Colors pen set. What is this for? Oh my gosh, I think it's like a glitter eyeliner. Some lashes and exfoliating serum. Oh, it's new. It literally has the little seal on it still. Okay, was the beauty worth $14.99? Maybe not. The souvenirs though, probably. Okay, so this was like $5 and it's called Random Stress Relief Toy Set, Surprise Mystery Gift Box, Fantasy Fun, and Mysterious Gift Pack Party Favor Set. And I think it's just fidget toys. The picture makes it look like we're literally getting like 500 items. Also, I love love that the picture makes sure to say box not included. This listing is kind of tricky because you get 10 items for the $5 and then the price goes up the more items that you want to get in your box. The reviews on this one were really good, although I'm not sure how much we're trusting the Shein reviews. Here it is. I'm pretty sure you can get a little bag of fidget toys at the dollar store like this, but I've got some Slinkies. Wow, okay. I hate this. Did I pay $5 for this? I don't know. Maybe they're a good like stocking stuffer, but a little bit of buyer's remorse on this one. What the heck is this thing though? Oh, I hate that. Why? That's awful. Why is that a thing? Stick around to find out if all of these mystery boxes end up being worth as much or more than we paid for them, or crystal mystery box. This is one of a couple Etsy mystery boxes that we got in this haul. We tended to get a lot of those in our results. And this one starts at $26, but you can pay all the way up to $500 depending on how many crystals you want in your box. So I went with the cheapest option because I do think crystals are pretty cool, but like, what do you do with them? Let me know in the comments. Okay, cute packaging. Okay, so we got this little bundle of free ones. Here are the crystals we got for $23. Whoa! Okay, we got kind of a lot. Oh my goodness. And then they sent little cards about each of them. So that answers my question, I guess, about what to do with them. Let me speed unwrap these. Okay, we got some really pretty crystals. I mean, my crystal experts in the comments, let me know if you think if this was worth $26, because I'm not sure, but this one is my personal favorite. I don't even know what it is. I think it might be this pink lace agate, but look how pretty it is. And this is probably one of the most popular types of mystery boxes on Amazon. It is International Snacks. Okay, so this was $29. I'm hoping I get something crazy like sushi flavored chips or mustard Skittles. Here's our box. Wow, there's quite a bit of stuff in here. Oh, Sour Patch Kids, let's go. I have no idea. Turkey. I wonder what flavor they are. Okay, this is actually so fun. These look like Pop Rocks, but they're banana flavored or a root beer flavored Pop Rock. Let me know if you recognize any of these snacks from your country. All right, we gotta try these mysterious Sour Patch Kids. You know what? Those are so good. They actually taste like a Sour Patch Kid, but like a slightly less processed version. Kind of like a sour fruit snack. Oh my gosh, pizza crackers. Lee, your favorite. Ooh, they really do taste like pizza. The cola flavored Pop Rocks. Can you hear them popping?
Barely.
I wouldn't say they're as poppy as American Pop Rocks, but they taste great. It looks like 80% of this stuff is from Turkey, which is cool.
Ooh, that one's supposed to be super sour.
I'm scared of this. Ah! Okay. Ooh, it is sour. Okay, but then it's gone really fast. It's bubblegum. Sour bubblegum. Me literally made that face. Okay, this one's like a little pie with chocolate sprinkles. It's like lemony.
Wow.
It kind of caught me off guard. It's good. Honestly, I would say that's a successful box. I enjoyed that. Okay, next box. And if you also love a good mystery box and uncovering hidden treasures, you should definitely subscribe because we are constantly unboxing crazy stuff on this channel. And if you're watching on TV, all you have to do is swipe up on your remote and then click over on my cute little face here. Okay, we are headed into a little bit of uncharted territory with this next one. This website came up with a ton of times. No. They've like emailed to sponsor a video.
A lot.
Wait, that's hilarious. If this is good, this is their like audition to see if they can sponsor a video. Honestly, the prices seem like too good to be true a little bit. So here's the price breakdown. $10 mystery box items were originally $40 to $60. $20 items were originally up to $90 full price, and $30 over $90. So they are claiming that we're getting clothing for a fraction of the price that they were originally sold for. And if they're just using this as a tactic to like get rid of their clearance sale items, honestly, I think that's brilliant. So I got a $30 box, and I'm pretty sure there's just one item in here. So here we go. It's something pink and sparkly. There's no way that they knew this was us, right?
No.
We bought it under a fake name. Wait, I'm so excited. Stop! Oh my gosh, it's a jumpsuit! Are you kidding me? And it looks like decent quality. We've got adjustable straps, some like actual padding. This looks like a belt that goes with it. Oh my gosh, we are trying this on. It literally goes perfectly with the outfit that I'm wearing right now. Okay, so I was loving this jumpsuit. It's like a good length. That's so hard to find. But then this whole piece came off that goes on the front of that. And also the zipper broke, yeah. That's, I'm so bummed because like from the front, if you didn't see the hole in the back, it would be so cute.
Safe to say Bella Barnett will not be sponsoring a video anytime soon.
All right, we've got a big boy up next. It's also from Etsy, and this one is a vintage box. That's just what it says, vintage mystery box. Okay, it's not as heavy as it looks. Okay, so we bought a small box. If this is small, what is the big? So there is 4 to 5 items in here. It was $39, and they actually have this drop-down menu of like a bunch of different aesthetics that you can pick from, and we selected vintage assortment. So it could be goth, or it could be cute, cozy kitchen stuff. I have no idea. It's, oh, a box within a box, okay. Okay, matches, are those gonna go with something in here? Oh my gosh, everything is individually wrapped again. Okay, 6 items, we got a bonus item, nice. We have this cute gold and blue book. Item number 1, cutest little bowl. Oh. Okay, I wanna open this. Oh my gosh, it smells like molasses. Is that what it's for, probably? And then you like scoop it out. And pineapple. Okay, I made the kitchen comment just jokingly, but we actually ended up with a lot of kitchen stuff. This is cute, actually. I like that. And our last item, it's, oh, it's a candlestick. That's why they sent matches. Candlestick holder. It's a candlestick. No candle in sight. Okay, cute. So it's kind of like a little kitchen theme. I'm not mad at it. I think next time I would probably specify a specific category next time, but this was fun. All right, our next box is an Amazon box, but it's kind of confusing because it's not from Amazon. So I'm thinking it's like returns that this seller is selling from Amazon. So we could subscribe to the channel back in the day. Okay, I'm confused about this listing because it was $25 and it says you get 20 items, but there's no way there's 20 items in here. And the pictures, of course, look like really good items. Beyond skeptical of this one though. I also just noticed after I ordered this that the reviews are so bad. Like people are saying that it's just like broken, gross, dirty stuff. We have, okay, wait. No, this stuff looks pretty new. Protective phone case. Paw Balm Lee. He actually always needs that. Not Sisters by Blood, but Sisters by Heart ornament. This looks like a smartwatch band. There might actually be 20 items in here. This is crazy. Mystic Moods. Oh my gosh, it's eyeshadow. What? This box is low-key kind of great. Dream. Go confidently in the direction of your dreams. Live the life you've imagined. I know what I'm getting my family for Christmas. Just all this stuff. Oh my gosh, what is this? It's a balloon. I'm blowing it up. Oh shoot, it's a bunch of stuff. Okay, I think it's letters. We're gonna blow it all up and reveal it. Okay, it says adorable. Tyler, wait, I'm not gonna tell him. I'll give it to him for Christmas. Oh my gosh, gloves. I always need these. Another phone case, nail file, supplements. I don't know if taking supplements from a very mysterious Amazon mystery box is a great idea, but a pillowcase. Cow is Leo's favorite animal. I'm giving this to you. Key labels. Don't know what that is. Light switch cover. Don't know what that is. See this? This is what I expect out of an Amazon mystery box. What is that? Magnets for kids. A ton of God Bless the USA magnets. More supplements and another nail file. Wow! I'm gonna be honest, I'm not mad at this. Is a lot of it junk? Yeah, but there's a few good things in here for $25. 31 things? That box was not bad. Clearly, not all of our boxes have been winners. Some of them turn out to be total scams later in the video. But one thing I know for sure is when it comes to my business and my shop, I want you all to have the best and realest experience, so that is why I use Shopify, the sponsor of today's video. Shopify is my go-to platform for building a shop that's reliable for both me and you. I know I can trust it to help me run Shopify.com/Hopescope and start a free trial. All right, so We are back on gemlit.com, our same website that we got our super cute pink case from. This one was a little bit more expensive. It was $30 for a spin, but the prizes are also more expensive. So you could get a Prada Galleria bag worth $4,000 or any of these other Prada bags or accessories. And then it starts to get weird down at the end here. So the common prizes are this like hat or this bowling bag that I'm just gonna go out and say it doesn't look like their Prada brand. All right, so I paid my $30.54 and you will never believe what we got in the spin. It's the yellow bowling bag. And the only worse news than getting the yellow bowling bag is the yellow bowling bag has not even shown up yet. So I might have fully gotten scammed out of $30. We did get our Apple box though, so I'm still hopeful it might show up. Future hope will pop in later in the video if it does, but in the meantime, let's open our next box, which is this little guy. Okay, so beauty box because it took us to a TikTok page, and it's this person called Mystery Beauty Boxes. They have 88,000 followers. It honestly sounds so sus, because like in their bio, it has their Venmo. That's how you're supposed to pay them for this stuff. But I was doing some digging, and in the About Me, it genuinely seems like it's a mom, and she's just making these beauty boxes to help provide for her family. So I hope it's legit. I was watching through some of the TikToks and this stuff looks so nice. So I'm actually really excited about this. Is it too good to be true? I mean, this box feels full. Oh, wait, cute. Good stuff. Huda Beauty. Natasha Denona. Do you guys know how much a Natasha Denona palette is? Stop. I literally have this palette and it is my favorite eyeshadow palette. It's just like good neutrals. Guys, this is so good. Okay, so we paid $175 for this. I'm gonna unwrap it all. This is actually incredible. Literally like 5 of these items alone would probably equal our $175. So she must like buy this stuff in bulk or something in order to give us a good deal on it, but I am super happy with all of this. Oh my gosh, these little palettes, and they're brand new. All right, everybody go get a mystery beauty box. Now would probably be a good time to tell you what I'm doing with all this stuff. Similar to one of my lost mail videos that I did last year, I'm gathering all the best stuff from these boxes, and we're gonna put together some gift boxes to take to our local women's and children's shelter. Some people are really gonna love this stuff. By the way, I did not buy this stuff from my HopeScope account. We made like a different account with a different name to buy it from, so they didn't know that this was for this. I think every box is just genuinely this good. Okay, our next mystery box is so random. It's from an Etsy store that does these fandom themed mystery boxes. And look at all these themes, except the funniest part about this is probably to avoid like copyright infringement issues. They're all named something different than the show, but like in a way that if you knew the show, you knew what it meant. For example, Harry P or Stranger Upside Down. My personal favorite is Beetle Guy. Wonder who that could be. So this is a T-Swifty mystery box. So you can choose whatever size you want. I went with the small one for $26. And the example pictures look really cute. So let's see. Okay, we've already got some cute paper. What? This is so much stuff. Oh my gosh. Sunglasses bag. Oh, I think it's a car freshener. And then it comes with like a little oil that you put on it. That's cool. Tote bag. Completely up and present for revenge. A pin, magnet, ornament, cute pen, a little mirror, socks, soap and a washcloth, and a little makeup bag. Okay, for it. It came up as a result when I searched mystery boxes. It's from a website called Ultra Sabers, the combat lightsaber specialist. That's from Star Wars if you're not familiar. I think everybody knows that, but okay, these look really nice, and they pretty much have any style and any character saber that you'd be interested in purchasing, but they also have the mystery saber section, and it seems like a pretty legit website, so we will find out if the mystery item is legit also. On the website it says $75 mystery box, which is what we got, has a 75% chance to win a saber with no sound and a 25% chance to win a saber with premium sound. So we'll see what we got. It's... what the heck? Oh, it's pretty. Okay, so the handle is all silver. Okay, what color is it gonna be? Blue! Whoa, okay, but no sound. That's okay though. This is pretty. The blue with the silver. Okay, wait, we should turn out the lights and see how it looks. 3, 2, 1. What? Oh my gosh, I feel like this needs to like go in the background of my filming set. It literally is, it's perfect. This is so cool. That's pretty. Wait, quit kicking me. Cute. All right, we've got another Etsy box, but this one is one of my favorite things. It is a press-on nails mystery box. You know that I love nails. I love pretty ones. I love weird ones. I feel like this first pair alone is worth the $30. They're giving vampire vibes. Oh, and then it comes with the other sizes. I'm already happy, but let's see what's in these other bags. Bag number 2, some cute cat eye accent nails. Love the 2 different colors. This is one of my favorite boxes, I think. Bag number 3, spider, and ooh, some silver ones. Very Manon from Throne of Glass. I feel like that was a really good deal for these nails. They look hand painted. Like, I think that they actually made these and sold them all to me for $30, and I'm very happy with that. All right, this was one of the first search results to come up on Google, and it's called Stylin' Boxes. And these boxes are so cute. They have probably the best selection and variety that I've seen on a mystery box store website. So at a glance, the website looks awesome and super legit, but there's definitely some red flags. One is that all of the boxes have no pictures other than this one picture of the box. There's also some kind of negative reviews floating around on the internet about this. But regardless, I decided to get the Disney princess themed one. So this was $66. And the description says, this treasury offers 5 to 8 premium, officially licensed relics. I don't know what that means. Relics is probably the weirdest word they could have chosen. Relics could be anything or nothing. All right. Oh my gosh, cute. Okay, so it actually does come in the box that's in the picture. That alone kind of surprises me. Relic 1, relic 2, relic 3, 4, 5. They really said give them the minimum. That's fine if it's good stuff. All right, first is a little Beauty and the Beast satchel bag thing. That's cute. A Snow White lanyard. I mean, if you were like to get this from the Disney store, the stuff is expensive. Oh, that's a cute fanny pack actually with all the different princesses on it. Little card holder wallet thing. Here it is. Is it worth $66? Maybe, but at the same time, I'm like, I'd kind of rather take my $66 and pick like one. Next mystery box is one of the most clever mystery boxes that I saw, and also one of the least sus looking websites, which is nice. So it's called Two Blind Brothers, and it's literally 2 blind brothers that make blind mystery boxes. Isn't that so cute? So we paid $38 for the tier 1 box. I have no idea what's in here. I honestly didn't even really like look at their website a whole lot, so it actually came in a blind bag. It's 2 things. We've got, oh my gosh, some socks, and they look nice. Oh, I love that the tags also are in Braille. That's so cool. Okay, so it looks like the money from the boxes is going to train guide dogs too. This is amazing. All right, what is in our big one? Oh my gosh, it's a dog. That is so cute. His name is Beacon. Wait, I think these stuffed animals are based on actual dogs that they're training. This is actually the cutest thing ever. 11 out of 10 mystery box. All right, our next mystery box is tied for the second most expensive mystery box in the whole video. And unfortunately, it is the most suspicious looking website so far. They pretty much only have 5-star reviews on their product page, but that looks really suspicious to me. If you search anywhere else on the internet, the reviews are really not good. Most of them accusing them of just being a flat-out scam. So I spent $94 on a box. Okay, so here is the website. It has a whole bunch of just very generic looking images of mystery boxes. This sounds so bad. The description, it literally says 2 to 10 electronic products, a mystery experience portal access, 1 gift card, and 1 special surprise. I literally hate the sound of all of that. So we paid for and ordered our box weeks ago, and nothing has shown up. So once again, I will keep you updated if anything shows up, but I'm guessing we got completely scammed because there's absolutely... After that, I think I want something happy, so we have another mystery snack box. This website looks really cool and awesome. There's just no reviews and no info whatsoever about this brand, so it did show up though, and this was $25. We'll see how it it compares to the Amazon one, because I was happy with the Amazon one, but the Amazon one was pretty much all from one country. So, okay, their box is cute. I really hope it's real. Okay, so far so good. Yes, I see some fun Doritos. Oh my gosh, they're the crawfish flavored Doritos. KFC Ruffles. These look like Ritz crackers filled with chocolate. Butterscotch Snickers. A drink? What is this? Sparkling mango. Oh, and another drink. Wow, it's clear. That is the coolest drink can I've ever seen. Apple flavored. I'm really excited for this. So it's clearly less items than our Amazon one, but definitely a bigger variety. All right, crawfish chip. Oh, that smells so bad. It smells like fish food. They're really good. He's not sure about it. KFC chip. It does kind of smell like chicken. They're pretty good. More of a subtle flavor, but yeah, I like it. Okay, our dessert Ritz crackers from Korea. Oh, those are good. Like the salty and the sweet. I can't have this one. Their Ritz are like fluffier than ours. Okay, our butterscotch Snickers from India. Oh, that's good. I'm also a big fan of is from Canada as well. It's pretty good. It tastes more like a flower than it does a mango, but I like it. Very refreshing. Paris. Okay, we've got a French drink. Oh, I like that one. It is just like a very refreshing green apple flavor. That was a good box. It's actually a really fun gift if you like don't know what to get somebody, because it's just fun. You like it?
Drink this all the time.
Yeah.
Does that have a ton of sugar in it?
Probably. All right, are you ready to open our most expensive mystery box? It's this one. Okay, this one, clearly also from Etsy. This one is right up my alley, and if you're a fan of some of my discontinued product videos, I think you're also gonna like this box. So, it is a Y2K mystery box. It was kind of expensive, $195, but they are claiming that we get 25 pieces from the 90s and 2000s. So that ends up being less than $8 per piece. And the photos look amazing. I know that we're not getting like the exact things in these exact photos, but if I even get a few things that look like this, these shoes, I will be so happy. The only weird thing about this box is the sizes are just mixed, so the stuff that's actually gonna fit me, there might not be a lot, but it should be fun anyway. And I'm giving away most of it anyway, so it's fine. Ooh, I see some jackets. Okay, that's cute. It's kind of little. Anna, you might need to model some stuff. Oh, I see some 2000 sparkles. Oh, I'm obsessed with that. And look at the back, the clasps. Oh, that's perfect. Cute little turtleneck. Ooh, little lacy velvety top. We've got some good stuff in here. I forgot about these. I used to wear these all the time. These little like poncho things. My whole like corduroy material. Stop it. That is adorable. This is so good. Oh, this stuff is like right out of a TV show from the early 2000s. I love it. Oh, that's cute. I like those colors. There's so much stuff in here. Jeez. I'm gonna have to do a little fashion show and try on as much of this as I can for you that's in my size. Another poncho. That one's amazing. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. I hope that fits. Okay, the like patchwork suede. This is incredible. Okay, I'm gonna gather up everything that I think will fit me and try it on for you, but I definitely think this is worth the $195. This stuff is so good. 2000s outfit number 1. I'm obsessed with this. I don't know about together, but I actually love this jacket. I feel like little suede skirt fits. Ah! Oh my gosh. Sweater and then like knee-high suede boots. This is gonna be a look. I kind of still love this. I think I'm unironically gonna wear this and just rock it. We're gonna bring them back. 2024 fall is the year that we bring back the knit ponchos. Okay, next outfit. Oh my gosh. Okay, but it's so cute. Literally those items together, not the 28.
Ew, I wish the pants fit.
I'm so jealous that top fits you so good.
Oh, alright. It's so bad.
Oh my gosh, this shirt and jacket to top it off. This is like the comfiest leather jacket I've ever put on. This is so good. Oh my gosh, I love this box.
Okay, one more thing. I have a little tank top haul, but we're gonna need long sleeve, and then we layer our tank tops over because there's no other way to try on Y2K tank tops. First one, and probably my favorite, this little crushed velvet. Oh, that's cute, and it's so comfy. Next, this one says it's a size large, but I'm questioning that. Oh, it's stretchy. Wait, is it supposed to be a dress? Or is it supposed to be that long? I mean, let's be honest. That's how long tank tops were worn in the 2000s anyway, but either way, that's cute. Why is it giving dress to impress vibes right now? Me like layering all this stuff. Okay, and the last thing, this isn't really a tank top, it's like a vest thing. This is so Disney Channel core, this whole outfit right now. Wow, this is one of my favorite mystery boxes so far, by far. Okay, so it's called Miracle Box. You have to download the app. You make your account, you mention some things that you're interested in. So you basically like pick how much you want to spend and then you spin the little wheel. I'm not even entirely sure what we're winning here, but we're winning something. Then you put in your information and they ship you your prizes, and I was almost sure we would not receive anything, but we did get a box. Let's see if it's worth the $50. Guessing no on this one, but no way. We actually got our stuff that was in the app though. Is it good stuff? No. An Avengers neck pillow, wireless earbuds that are probably worth $20 at the most. So at least we got something though. We didn't get completely scammed out of our money. Next box. All right, time to shop like a billionaire with this next mystery box. This one's gonna be interesting. It's Temu. It was $20 and it's this makeup box. And I thought this was a mystery box, but now that I'm looking at it, I think it's an advent calendar, which means we should have like over 20 items in here for $20, which is good, but it's a mystery for sure. Okay, wow, gift boxes pop feel. Why does it say that? Oh my goodness, it's definitely an advent calendar. And we're gonna open all of it. There's just something so satisfying about taking an advent calendar and opening up every single day at once. And if you also feel that way, you should probably subscribe because I have something really fun planned for December. Okay, item one, lotion. This might not be a bad gift box, guys. I'm gonna speed open all the days and we'll see what we got. All right, here is our haul of items. Honestly, that was really fun to open. Would I use most of this stuff? No, but I feel like for like a tween age girl, this is actually a really fun box. All days are definitely not created equal because some days you get a full pack. All right, we've got another big one and another expensive one next. So this is a website called JTC Auctions, although I don't think it's an auction at all. I think you just buy whichever box you want. And most of it looks like apparel in a variety of sizes and prices. So we spent $176 on an apparel box, and there is absolutely no information on the website other than this one photo. So I don't know what's gonna be in here. Wait, I think it's new with tag stuff. I'm seeing a bunch of swimwear, but it's like pretty nice brand new swimwear. Ooh, okay, honestly, this is kind of a fun box. So once again, I'm gonna go through it and pick out the stuff that's in my size and do a little fashion show, but I think this is kind of a lot more legit than I was expecting. Okay, so our box had tons of dresses. I kind of like this one. Imagine it with a good steam and like the right accessories. It's kind of cute. Okay, but the thing about these dresses, they're expensive. There's 3 or 4 dresses in here that still have the tags, and they were $100 brand new. Literally 2 dresses and we've already got our very grandma on vacation core, but in a good way. Okay, this is cute with my first Fiesta sign. But specifically, I think grandma on a cruise. Specifically, a cruise through Mexico, maybe Caribbean. Why do I actually kind of love these? There's also some pretty decent activewear in here, new with tags. Okay, and there's a couple other tops that are giving grandma, but I feel like styled in the right way would actually be really cute. So I'm considering this box a win overall. Okay, I don't know about you, but when I think of mystery boxes, let me present to you Leo. Why did you just jump up right there? This is called Electronic Designer Mystery Box. It was $25, and it says in the description, all brand new 2024. It doesn't say how many items we get. It's so suspicious. And then here's the description, just this list: books, shoes, chargers, speakers, fishing, PlayStation 5, GTA shirts, no refunds.
They have to specify that there's no refunds, so it's gonna be really good. It's a little small. I don't think there's a PlayStation 5 in here. It's one thing. No. Ah! Okay, there's more stuff in here though. We've also got a pencil and a flashlight that doesn't work, and this thing that I am sure as heck not plugging into my computer ever. An eraser to go with our pencil, and a yo-yo. Oh, it lights up. Let's go. And a lanyard that says hello. So that's our electronic designer mystery box. We've got one more box though. That's what I thought like all of our boxes would be, to be honest. So win some, you lose some. We are going to end this video similar to where we started, with a toy mystery box. But this isn't just any toy box. Supposedly this is 90s themed toys, 90s inspired toys, actual toys from the 90s. I'm not really sure. So we spent $40 on this. So let's see. Wait! Okay, this little box it comes in is cute. Oh my gosh, not the match game printed out. That's so cute. Wait, this is fun. We've got a Rubik's Cube. I'm gonna be honest, I never learned how to do a Rubik's Cube. A Pokemon ball? Is anything in it? Oh, there is a Pokemon in there. This little manta ray thing. Cute. Got a dinosaur egg with a Tamagotchi in it. No way. Little hacky sack. Oh, these things? Do you remember these? I would panic, but I actually don't actually remember how to get out. There we go, there we go. Oh, what are these little flip deck tech deck thingies? A Slinky? A Hot Wheels. Stop it right now. Is this what I think it is? The slappy hands. I love these things. Yes. Toilet noise putty. This is like the OG slime before slime was a thing. That's so gross. Oh, that was a good one. Another sticky hand, another finger trap. Not the whoopee cushion. My couch is too squishy. I have to be on a harder surface, I think. Another Hot Wheels and 2 mood rings.